We're live from the Duke Wells Center on the campus of Henderson State University, and it's time for Henderson State women's basketball, where today the Reddies will be taking on the Southeastern Oklahoma State Savage Storm. The Savage Storm coming off of a tough 48-41 low-scoring loss on Saturday. Henderson State coming off of 4 consecutive losses. As we welcome you into the Domino's pregame show, we say hello. I am Robbie Aaron. Hope that your week is going well. Well, if you're here in the central Arkansas area, Mother Nature has brought back winter, as today's high temperature is in the mid-40s. But here inside the Duke Wells Center, it should be a good atmosphere tonight. It's the Red Out. They're asking students and fans alike to wear red and come support the Henderson State basketball programs, both scuffling a little bit right now, both situated right in the middle of the pack of the Great American Conference. The Lady Reddies are 7-12 overall this year, still 7-6 in the conference. They are 5th in the conference with that 7-6 number. Southeastern Oklahoma State has won 5 of the last 7 games to improve to 8-5 in conference. A long time ago was that 92-84 loss for the Savage Storm against Henderson State back on December 3rd. It was December 3rd. The Reddies coming into that game red hot, started conference play 4-0, but since then have certainly had their share of troubles, and tonight it's not going to get any easier, as Pink Jones will not be suiting up. Pink suffering an elbow injury on Saturday, and Jones, who leads the team in scoring, leads the team in assists, leads the team in steals, will have to watch from the sidelines as her usually bench-dwelling sister, Blue Jones, will start in her place at the point. So when there is an injury and when there is a player out, comes an opportunity, and we'll see if Blue Jones can capitalize on that here tonight. On the other side, we mentioned that 48-41 loss against University of Arkansas Monticello. The Savage Storm were 0 for 13 from downtown. 7 for 43 the entire team shot without M.M. David. M.M. David had a good game, the only one for her team. She had 13 points and 8 rebounds. But the team, aside from David, shot 16% on Saturday. And if you are a Henderson State fan, you might think to yourself, oh no, they're due. Or if you're an optimist, then you might think, you know what, maybe let's keep them down here today. But the Savage Storm and the Henderson State Reddies right there in the middle of the pack of the GAC as we go through the second go-round of this conference play. So a huge matchup here tonight and a huge weekend, as East Central will be in town on Saturday for both the ladies and the men. Henderson State featuring the second leading three-point shooter in the conference, and Southeastern Oklahoma State features a leading three-point shooter. So you have the top 2 three-point specialists in the conference here today in Olivia Potter, number 1 for Southeastern Oklahoma State, and Haley Henson for Henderson State. 226 and 201 three-pointers apiece. So don't be surprised if you see a lot of chucking up here today. Potter was held in check against Henderson State back in the beginning of December. She had 14 points and 3 rebounds, but did not shoot well from the field, so don't be fooled by those 14 points. The Reddies faced M.M. David, and she had 12 points and 4 rebounds. A lot of even balance scoring on the Henderson State side in that game. A 92-84 win for the Reddies. They had 6 players in double figures, but Pink Jones had the best game of them all. She had 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists. And again, no Pink here tonight. So injury plaguing the Reddies, and we'll see what Blue Jones can do in her place. This is the 15th all-time meeting between the two schools, with the all-time series knotted up at 7 apiece. Henderson State 5-2 here at home, but Southeastern Oklahoma State University has won 6 of the last meetings between the two clubs. Well, we have lost power in the scoreboard area, so not quite sure what the time situation is, but we do know that it's 5:20, so we're about 5 minutes into our Domino's pregame show, which means it's time to give Jill Thomas a shot. She and Hunter Lively sat down on our Slim and Shorty's Coach's Corner. We'll continue with the Domino's pregame show. Don't forget, Domino's Pizza is a proud sponsor of Henderson State Athletics. You can pick up your pizza at 3120 Pine Street in Arkadelphia. Pregame show continues next. Jill Thomas and Hunter Lively.
That could be interesting. Oh, they got it back. It should be down about 9. That's it. Because it's 51 right now. They're having a shot clock. so many issues on the road this year.
Yeah.
None here.
And he said it started happening. It don't work last 2 quarters.
They have them?
Said they did.
Surprises me.
Doing all right? Doing all right? Man, see, we were prepared. We have auxiliary. Hey, I see that.
Andre, which one's Mark? Which one's Mark?
We'll talk. Okay.
I like to be able to
Scott's the other one. Yeah.
refer to you guys by name instead of saying referee. Only good things though.
Yeah, I heard that. Pretty safe.
What do you say?
I said pretty safe.
I mean, they say so many bad things about you. Might as well get the good ones in too. Keeping you on your toes. Do those make noise? They should.
Hell, I haven't seen this before.
someday. Who wants it? Have a good one. All kinds of play calls.
No dot beverage.
Well, it looks like we're going to be a little bit delayed here tonight, about 3 or 4 minutes late, nothing major. They do have auxiliary shot clocks, which they have installed. The problem was the right end basket, the shot clock on top is stuck at 38 seconds. It just won't change. So what they have installed are auxiliary shot clocks under each basket, almost like a football play clock you'd see in the background, and the referees will rely on those. So thank goodness Henderson State has those useful here tonight, as Jimmy Elgis now on the court, the head coach for the Henderson State men's team, and he is being briefed by Sean Jones, the director of athletics here at Henderson State. So everything should be good. It just took them a couple extra minutes to get the clock back on. They never reset it to the correct time. So right now it's showing about 4 minutes until we have the national anthem. But that will allow us some more time to talk about Henderson State and Southeastern Oklahoma State. The Reddies and the Savage Storm doing battle for the 15th time. And why don't we take a look at our SCM Architects, our All Care Pharmacy keys to victory. All Care Pharmacy is located at 3002 West Pine Street in Arkadelphia. At All Care, we care. Henderson State coming into tonight is still one of the top teams in the conference in scoring. But when you take Pink Jones out of the mix, both what she's able to do by putting the ball in the hoop and what she's able to do by creating, you're not, as you heard Joe Thomas say, going to score what you usually do. So tonight's key for me for Henderson State is utilize Blue Jones. Blue's defense is tremendous. If you can get some steals, get Blue 2, 3, 4 steals, then maybe that turns into transition points, maybe some open looks from the outside, and you can get more points from other players that way. Just because Pink's not playing, doesn't have to be a negative. Blue tonight can be a catalyst on the defensive side. And then on Southeastern Oklahoma State side, a team that's won 5 of their last 7 games, they're still not a very good offensive team. They're shooting only 37.5% for the season. That's 10th in the GAC. They're averaging less than 70 points per game. So tonight for Henderson State, don't let them get good looks, because for a team that doesn't score a lot, if you let them have good looks, that's how they get into the rhythm, that's how they get the confidence. But if you're contesting them and you're up in their face and you play aggressive defense, that throws them off their game. So it's going to be imperative tonight that Henderson State plays good defense and does everything they can to really account for the fact that Pink Jones isn't playing. Taking a look at some of the numbers recently, for Henderson State, Haley Estes is averaging 14 points per game over her last 4. She's really thrived ever since an ankle injury, even playing on that ankle injury. She's still averaging 8 rebounds a game, which is 6th in the GAC. She had 10 points and 8 rebounds against Southeastern Oklahoma State when these two teams did battle in Oklahoma. So Estes a key, and if she can stay in there and get good looks at threes, don't force any threes, but get good looks at threes. Her game is very versatile. She can take it to the hole, and she can light them up from the outside as well. So Haley Estes a key for me. Again, we're going to be watching the top 2 3-point shooting players in the conference in Olivia Potter and obviously Haley Henson for Henderson State. Henson averaging 12 points per game, second in the conference with 53s this year, but it's not every day that you get to see the all-time 3-point leaders going head-to-head against each other. A lot of times they're different generations, they're different time periods that these players played, and Henson second all-time in the GAC in 3-pointers made Olivia Potter the leader as a senior, and something that Henson can probably overtake next year in that Potter is going to be graduating. So it'll be fun to watch tonight. I'm very excited. We'll have Grady Bean here for the men's game sitting to my left. And, two teams right in the middle of the GAC. It's going to be important tonight to rack up that victory. And for Henderson State, a team that has played well here on the home floor this season, defend that court, utilize the fans, utilize the energy, and see what you can get from a depleted Henderson State Reddies team. It looks like the teams are set to line up for the national anthem, so we will step aside and conclude our Domino's pregame show. Once again, the Domino's pregame show offers great discounts and fresh and hot Domino's pizza to all students and fans throughout the Arkadelphia area. You can order online at Domino's.com, or you can call 870-246-3131. We'll step aside. We'll be back right after this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Duke Wells Center on the campus of Henderson State University for Game 1 of tonight's Great American Conference doubleheader between the Southeastern Oklahoma Savage Storm and your Henderson State Reddies. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise and remove your hats as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Starting at guard is senior number 5, Olivia Potter. Starting at guard is junior number 13, Celicia Hunter. Starting at guard is senior number 23, Rachel Wallace. Starting at guard is sophomore number 24, Katie Webb.
Welcome back to the Duke Wells Center, everybody. Robbie Aaron here with you as we have the starting lineups introduced to the crowd here. So why don't we tell you who they are tonight? First for the visiting Southeastern Oklahoma State Savage Storm, coached by Darren Grover in his 11th season. The Savage Storm 10-7 on the year and 8-5 in conference play. Well, everything goes through Olivia Potter, leading the team in scoring, 14 points per game, 7th in the GAC in that category, also first in threes and three-point attempts. Olivia Potter can shoot from anywhere. She's a 5'5" senior from Walters, Oklahoma. Shalisa Hunter, a junior from Sherman, Texas, had 16 points, a game high against the Reddies back in December. We'll be joined by 5'7" senior Rachel Wallace, who hails from Crum, Texas. Katie Webb, a sophomore from Melissa, Texas, at 5'10", and the big man M.M. David, a 6-foot-tall junior from Tyler, Texas, was 53 offensive rebounds this year. Sammy Jo Cotton Black and Shelby Hill are the assistants for the Savage Storm. And for Jill Thomas's Henderson State Reddies, who are 7-12 overall this year and 7-6 in conference play. The point guard today will be Blue Jones. She's a 5'9" freshman from Fayetteville. The shooting guards will be Tori Thompson, a 5'7" sophomore from Houston, Texas, and Haley Henson, a 5'6" junior from Greenwood, Arkansas. Haley Estes, a 5'8" freshman from Conway, Arkansas, is joined by Brittany Branham, a 5'10" sophomore from Greenwood in Arkansas. She's 5th in the conference, by the way, in free throws, so let's see if we can get some trips to the line for Brittany Branham tonight. Henderson State wearing the home whites with Reddies across the chest, red on the front and the back with black and red piping down the side. Road blacks for the Savage Storm with yellow and blue trim, and blue numbers outlined in yellow. Our head referee today is Mark Gibson. Andre Johnson and Scott Clomas are his assistants, and we are underway with the tip being won by the visitors. Ball is in the hands of Shalisa Hunter. She's looking to her left, gets it to the left side wing for Katie Webb, who takes it down to the baseline. Picks up her dribble. Webb sets a screen over the top of the key. Ball stolen away, and here comes Blue Jones. Clear path to the basket, and right on cue, Blue Jones' defense, which was our key to the game, transitions to a 2-0 lead for Henderson State. Hunter quickly down the left side wing in front of the Henderson State bench. Looking inside, bounces it one hop to Katie Webb. Webb takes it down to the bucket. Turnaround jumper is good, and we're knotted up to 30 seconds into the game. We're going to have a bunch of different point guards today as Tori Thompson takes it up, gives it to Brittany Branham, gets the ball back. Now top of the key for Haley Estes. Estes looks to penetrate, takes it down the right side, hands it off for Haley Henson, who fires a long three, too strong, and the rebound on the weak side for Webb. Katie Webb leading the team in blocks and steals this year, so both categories really nice defensively. Hunter on the right side wing bounces it down to M.M. David. Faces the basket, but good defense from Brittany Branham. David looking for options. They count off, and the ball is almost stolen away. David gets it back. A bounce pass trying to find Webb. It's still alive on the right side wing for Rachel Wallace, who goes right side for Potter. Potter to the bucket, floats one up, and her shot will fall. So what could have been a steal on multiple occasions becomes 2 points for the Savage Storm, and Henderson State trails by 2. Tori Thompson down the right side gets all the way to the baseline and then pulls back out. Hands it off for Haley Estes. Top of the key, Blue Jones fires a three. No good, right side rim, and the rebound crashed for and reeled in by Webb. Katie Webb, 5th in the conference in rebounds, over 8 per game. And maybe a travel, and yes, that is the whistle, as Shalisha Hunter just planted an extra step before she was able to get a pass off. So Henderson State down 4-2 with the ball. 8:19 remaining in the first half. I'm Robbie Aaron. Hope your Thursday is going well. Tori Thompson taking it up the court. So it looks like Tori and Blue will be our 2 point guards this evening for Henderson State. A zone defense right now for the Savage Storm as the ball is kicked to the left wing for Estes, who has a size advantage on Hunter. Tori Thompson top of the key. Dribbles down towards the left side, gets to the bucket, man falls down, and an easy layup attempt is missed. Brittany Branham has the offensive rebound and puts it back in. So Tori Thompson with too much space couldn't finish, but Branham there for the board and the 2, and it's 4-4, 2 minutes and 10 seconds in. Shalisha Hunter from Sherman, Texas, gets it to the free throw line. Dribbling down towards the left side bucket is Webb, and she's fouled going up. I believe it's Brittany Branham. Haley Estes will pick up the foul. So Webb to the line. She's an 82% free throw shooter. This team leads the conference in free throws, 76% on the season. First free throw is good, and in very awkward form for Webb, but hey, with free throws you learn, you use whatever gets the job done. She's got her right foot in front of her left and then does a little skip jump. Usually don't see players jumping for free throws, but Webb hits both of them, and there's a reason why she's over 80% on the season. And now Tori Thompson, with the Reddies down 6-4, has the ball. She takes it down the right side, hands it off for Blue Jones, who looks to get to the bucket, passes left for Estes, and an offensive foul on Blue Jones. Used her elbow before the pass-off. Blue not too happy with the call. Jill Thomas not happy either. She sits down on the Henderson State bench. 6-4, Savage Storm. Shalisha Hunter on the left side wing looking inside, but instead passes to the top of 3 for Rachel Wallace is no good, and one and done. Haley Estes has the rebound. First time this year we've seen Haley Henson with the braids. She's rocking them here tonight as Haley Estes fires a 3 from the left wing, and she knocks it down. So Henderson State, with his first three-pointer of the game, takes a 7-6 lead. Ball on the left side wing, a 3 fired up by Katie Webb, and she hits it. So already better results than last game for Southeastern Oklahoma State, who went 0 for 13 from downtown against Arkansas Monticello. 3+ into the game. Ball on the right side corner for Blue Jones, and Blue traveled. She tried to get her pass off. Could have been a held ball, but a turnover for Henderson State. And it's 9-7 Southeastern Oklahoma State. Reddies 3 of 6 for the field. Storm 3 of 4. Checking into the game for the first time is Tracy Johnson. Webb gets Estes to jump, gets down to the bucket, kicks it out left side. Right outside on the wing is Rachel Wallace. She picks up her dribble on the left side baseline, and they're going to swing it around the perimeter. Johnson over to the right side wing. Webb a long 3, and it's no good. It hits the front rim, and the rebound brought down on the weak side by Branham. That's her second board as she brings it up quickly to Blue, and penetration and transition are going to be the 2 keys today for Henderson State. Estes went for the screen. Haley Henson went the other way, gets all the way down to the bucket, and she's able to put it in. So the Reddies tie the game 9-9, 3 minutes and 55 seconds in. Lexus Weber will check in next media timeout, or next whistle, I should say, as Blue Jones pokes it out of bounds. Henderson State will continue to be on defense. There should be, and it is 22, I was going to say 22 seconds on the shot clock. I was looking at the one above the scoreboard that said 28, but we are using the auxiliary scoreboard here tonight. David has the ball at the top. You want her inside, so she hands it off for Shalisha Hunter. Hunter over to the right side wing. Rachel Wallace looking for options inside. Takes it to the free throw line. Backs down Thompson. Picks up her dribble. Kicks it out right side. Hunter at three. No good, air ball. And Lexus Weber will get the rebound and quickly outlet it to Estes, who kicks it up left side for Henson. Haley Henson out right side. Branham gets her man to jump. Kicks it back out. Henson a three. No good. And the rebound for David. It's one of those names you like to say the first name and the last name together. Ball at the top of the key. Wallace, the senior from Crum, Texas. Over to the right side wing, Johnson. Johnson bounce pass down to David under the basket. Kicks it out left side corner. And they get it right underneath. Shalisha Hunter avoids the contact and lays it in for an easy two. So 11-9, 5 minutes, 11 seconds on the clock in the first quarter. Southeastern Oklahoma State in the lead. Henson looking inside. Gives it right side wing. Haley Estes takes it to the free throw line. Now Brittany Branham fires a three left side wing, and she knocks it down. So a couple of threes for the Reddies, and Henderson State on top 12-11. 4:49 to go first quarter. Hunter left side wing. Not a real threat to take it to the bucket, but she does have a really good court sense and can make the prettiest of passes. Wallace takes it down to the hoop, and she can't get her layup to fall, and the ball will be saved from going out of bounds by both David and Weber, who will be out of this play. And Haley Henson has to watch from behind. Feeds it to Lexus Weber, ball deflected. Haley Estes has it on the baseline. Spins down to the bucket, gets to the hole, and lays it in. Beautiful move on a little interruption. Haley Estes extends Henderson State's lead to 3, its largest lead of the game. 14-11, and a foul on Brittany Branham will be an under the basket out for the Savage Storm after this media timeout. 4:09 to play in the first quarter. It's 14-11, Henderson State on top. Storm basketball after this.
Time on the floor, media timeout.
With over 40 years of experience, all your pharmacy understands your pharmacy.
Henderson State 6 of 10 from the field. 5 points for Haley Estes, 5 points for Brittany Branham. 14-11 lead for the Reddies. I'm Robbie Aaron. Southeastern Oklahoma State being led by Katie Webb, who's the game's overall leading scorer with 7 points. 2 of 3 from the field, 2 of 2 from the line. It will be Savage Storm basketball with an under the bucket out. Shalisha Hunter will inbound it, does get it in for Webb, looking inside. Webb will penetrate on Branham. Branham with good defense cuts off her lane. And a quick pass out to Johnson. Her three is no good. Lexus Weber with a wonderful box out, lets the ball go out of bounds. And, you know, you look at the rebound category, but that was just a heady play by a veteran. And Lexus Weber, instead of trying to grab that ball and risk it going off her fingertips, just took the possession. And that was wonderful. Henderson State ball. Henson over the left side wing. Branham into the paint, and a defensive foul will be called here. First time we've seen Alex Robinson, the freshman from Cashin, Oklahoma. She picks up her first. It's the team's first, and Henderson State has the basketball underneath the Savage Storm bucket. Blue Jones back into the game. It's Jones, Branham, Weber, Henson, and Thompson. Ball will be in for Haley Henson. A long three is barely grazing the rim, and Brittany Branham can't save it from going out of bounds. So one thing I've noticed with Haley Henson that she's not doing is setting herself. You know, you have such a good shot. She had her momentum fading away from the bucket there from about 4 feet behind the arc, and there was no way she was going to get it to the rim. Ball on the right side wing. Ariana Kemp fires up a jumper and knocks it down from about 10 feet out. So Kemp, the sophomore from Gainesville, Texas, makes it 14-13 Henderson State. No Olivia Potter in the game. You want to capitalize, but she will be coming back in. And a simultaneous foul call. Katie Webb will pick up the volley. Her first, team second, Henderson State ball.
Katie Webb, that's her first, team second. In the game for the Savage Storm, number 5, Olivia Potter. In the game for the Reddies, number 3, Haley Estes.
So Blue Jones, again, Pink out for the game with an elbow injury. Ball is in for Haley Estes, and she misses the layup. And an over-the-back foul on Lexus Weber, so a double negative there for Henderson State. Estes should have easily made that layup, and then Weber picks up the foul. The fourth on the Reddies in the first quarter, so the next foul will result in free throws. But there is hope as an offensive foul underneath. It's either going to be on Potter or Webb. Actually, I take that back. It's Ariana Kemp. So 3 fouls now on the Storm, but there is hope that Pink Jones might be able to play on Saturday. Suffered it in Saturday's game on the floor. Blue Jones, top of the key, over to Estes, launches a 3. Air ball in Henderson State right now. Can't find the hoop anywhere close. The last 2 3-point attempts for Henderson State from Henson and Estes barely hit anything. So with that air ball, 3 minutes to go in the first quarter, 14-13 Reddies. Ball on the left side wing, Hunter. Top of the key now for Robinson. Swung around right side, and that's Howard. Webb puts up a free throw line jumper, and she converts. It's 15-14. Savage Storm back on top as Tori Thompson takes it down the court. She steps back, fires a wide open 3. She can't get it to go, and Blue Jones will be called for the foul. Oh no! They're going to get Celicia Hunter on the foul. I thought it was on Blue Jones crashing in, and Blue hunched over right now.
In the game for the Savage Storm, number 10, Courtney Brady. And in the game for the Reddies, number 31.
But Jones with the contact, the foul goes against Southeastern Oklahoma State, and right now that's what Darren Grover's asking. Talking to our friend Andre Johnson over on the far side, but for Henderson State, the ball is in. Tori Thompson as the ball swings around the perimeter, looking inside, gets it down for Branham. Couple of power dribbles, picks it up, kicks it outside for Henson. Henson all the way to the bucket, too strong, and her little easy layup attempt won't go. So Henderson State missing 4 straight baskets here, right, with open looks as a long 3 is hoisted up on the far side. Shot no good, but the offensive rebound is put back by Ariana Kemp. So after the Alex Robinson 3 was strong, 2 points on the offensive board, and it's a 7-0 run right now here for the Savage Storm. 17-14 Southeastern Oklahoma State. 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Haley Estes dribbling down to the bucket, floats up a running jumper, and that's good. Nice job by Estes to get to the hole, and that's not been the problem for the Reddies. They've been getting open looks inside, so just keep going with that game plan, and those shots will fall. Robinson with the shot take on Thompson, and they're going to get Thompson on the body foul. 2 free throws coming up here for Alex, who's 8 for 11 from the free throw line this season. Alex from Cashin, Oklahoma.
Alex Robinson, the line, shoot 2.
First free throw is good.
In the game for the Savage Storm, number 22, Chandler Kemp.
Cashin, Oklahoma, located about 30 minutes north of Oklahoma City, right where 74 and 33 interchange as the second free throw is up and no good. Long rebound for Haley Estes, and she reels it in and outlets it to Thompson. Tori up the right side, crossover dribble being guarded closely. Into the game for the first time, Chandler Kemp, as a 3 is hoisted up from the left side corner, is no good by Haley Henson, and that had to have been deflected as they have a palming violation. Carry on the point guard, Courtney Brady. Haley Henson will inbound the ball in the front court. So a turnover, keeping it a 2-point game, 18-16. Savage Storm in the lead. Besides Olivia Potter, deep into the bench right now for the Storm. 4 reserves on the floor for Darren Grover's squad. Thompson over to Blue Jones. Henderson State running with the 5 starters. Haley Estes dribbling down to the bucket off the glass, and it falls. Confidence right now for the freshman who's taking it to the hole and really creating for herself, and she ties the game up at 18 apiece with 64 seconds to go in the first quarter. Courtney Brady, a wild turnaround jumper. Turnaround and somehow gets it off the glass, almost underhand from the free throw line. Jill Thomas says, that's okay, play that defense. We'll give that to her every time, as Brittany Branham gets a pretty feed from Tori Thompson. Branham with a hard reel-in. Nice hands, able to catch that pass and then finish. Quick 3 released up at the other end on the right side by Courtney Brady is no good, and Blue Jones has the rebound. So Henderson State playing some good basketball right here. We're tied at 20-20. Haley Estes a 3. Swish. From downtown, the freshman swishing and dishing right now. Estes has 12 first quarter points, and Henderson State has a 23-20 lead. Shot clock turned off with 20 seconds to go in quarter number 1. Alex Robinson, top of the key, looking inside, gives it out right side wing, and an offensive foul. Jill Thomas fired up on the far sideline, and Henderson State has 14 seconds for one final shot here in the first quarter, as we'll get our first look at Erica Emmons. Emmons has played 3 minutes in both of the last 2 games. Jill Thomas commenting during halftime of the men's game when she joins us how much she's been impressed with Emmons so far in her young campaign. Started the year with an injury and has been learning and improving, and could certainly become part of this regular shallow rotation for the Reddies. 10 seconds to go in the first quarter. Tori Thompson, top of the key, screwed from Brittany Branham. Thompson spins around, gets down to the bucket, bump going up, puts it down, and a foul. What an end to this first quarter for Henderson State. 26-20 with a free throw coming for Thompson.
Tori Thompson line, shoot one more.
Tori, a 77% free throw shooter this year. Tori makes the free throw, 3.6 seconds to go. Ball is in the hands of Chandler Kemp at midcourt, crossover to the three-point line, fires a running 3, and it's no good. And Henderson State up 27-20 after one quarter. I believe it's a 12-1 run right now for Henderson State, but we'll check that and tell you about it when we return here after this. You're listening to the Henderson State Sports Network. Henderson State ending the first quarter on an 8-0 run. It's 26-20. Reddies right now with the basketball as we begin quarter number 2. Erica Emmons remains in the game, fires a free throw line jumper and knocks it down after a shot fake. And the Reddies on a 10-0 run open up an 8-point lead. It's 28-20. 9:43 to go here in the second quarter. Ball inside, M.M. David back in, his foul going up, and the lefty will go to the line for 2 free throws. Branham picks up her second foul, so Lexus Weber will come back in for her. David, a 71% free throw shooter. Had a really good game on Saturday, but that was not a commonplace for the Storm, who only scored 41 points. David misses the free throw. Weber back into the game for Branham. So Henderson State here in the second quarter going with Henson, Emmons, Estes, Thompson, and Weber. David from Tyler, Texas, which is just outside of the Dallas Metroplex. Second free throw, no good as well. Nobody boxed out, and David gets her own rebound. Ball at the top for Brady. Courtney, the freshman from Bowie, Texas, hands it off for Olivia Potter, who can score from anywhere. Potter, bounce pass down low, almost stolen away, but Alexis Weber will be called for the reach, and that's her second in the face of Jill Thomas says it all. She didn't think that the call from head referee Mark Gibson was a good one. So 2 fouls now in the quarter on Henderson State. Both bigs have 2 fouls, which will cause Brooke Lewis to come off the bench as M.M. David got to the bucket, but no travel call. Ball on the right side for Tori Thompson. It's 28-22 Henderson State. Haley Estes launches a 3 short, and the rebound corralled by Katie Webb. So a couple of things going against the Reddies, but Courtney Brady now for the Savage Storm gets all the way to the hoop. Looks like she dragged her pivot foot. No call again. And a travel finally called against the Savage Storm third time around. Blue Jones back into the game for Emmons. Brooke Lewis, who actually did see time at Southeast Oklahoma State. She played in Ada, she played in Durant, only 2 conference games, so Lewis has not played since then in conference play. That was all the way back in the beginning of December. Blue Jones being guarded by Hunter, gets around a couple of defenders, goes off the glass, and they're going to call a block foul, and Blue will go to the line for 2 free throws. One thing that Blue will acknowledge quicker than anyone is that she needs to improve in that category. She was out here hours before the game today, just taking free throws and saying that she needs to just do what she knows. Blue at 45% from the line so far this season. Makes the first free throw. She shoots 52% from the field. Henderson State and Southeastern Oklahoma State. Second free throw for Blue is good as well, so nice job by Blue Jones. And if you make your first 2 free throws in the game, that'll give you instant confidence for the rest. Henderson State, its largest lead at 8 points, 30-22. Top of the key, Rachel Wallace dribbles to the left side, picks that up. Now hands it off behind her for Potter. A long 3 is swish. Oh my goodness, as Olivia Potter is just insane the range she has. And she's 5'5" and does it from everywhere. I could not have been more impressed when we saw her in Oklahoma, and she's doing it again. Ball at the top for Estes. 30-25, Henderson State. Hand off for Thompson. Tori at the free throw line, kicks it back outside top for Estes. Back to Thompson, has the ball stolen, however, by Katie Webb. Webb almost lost control, so she slows things down, hands it off for Hunter. Over the left side corner, a 3, in and out, and good rebound for Brooke Lewis, who almost loses possession, picks it up, and then does hand it off for Tori Thompson. So Lewis in the right place at the right time, and here comes Henderson State. 7:40 to go in the second quarter. Haley Estes being guarded by Hunter. Estes looking over her shoulder, not hers, but Hunter's shoulder, crosses her over, doesn't get by her, so she picks up her dribble, gives it back up top for Haley Henson. Back to Estes, a long 3, way short, and good box out there underneath by M.M. David, not allowing Brooke Lewis to get the rebound. So some very questionable shots being taken by Henderson State so far, namely from Haley Estes and Haley Henson, but the Reddies still with a 30-25 lead. Shalisha Hunter will bring it up. 7:20 to go. Hunter being guarded by Henson. Ball to top for Webb, a 3. Swish. Wide open. And just like that, it's a 2-point game after Henderson State led by 8 just a minute ago. So Erica Emmons will come back into the game. Blue Jones hiding in the corner, had the mismatch, but instead goes cross-court. Haley Henson does the smart thing and penetrates, kicks it out to a wide-open Jones, and she rattles it down. Nice job by Blue Jones from the right side corner, and Henderson State back up by 5. Jones' game oftentimes overshadowed by her twin sister, but it's certainly there. Ball on the right side. Tracy Johnson hands it off, gets it underneath the wall. It's over the left side wing. Webb, a 3, too strong, and Brooke Lewis has the weak side rebound. Tori Thompson looking to push, gives it up right side wing, and her pass is stolen away. And a good job by Haley Estes contending Webb, not allowing a fast break, and allows Henderson State's defense to get back. Ball at the top. M.M. David hands it off, and a long 3 fired up. No good. Rebound for Lewis. The miss by Tracy Johnson. Quick handoff for Thompson, looking to be a little bit smarter with the pass here. Does so, gets it to the right side wing, all the way down to the bucket, to the baseline, to Lewis, puts it up, and puts it down. That was a nice move by Tori Thompson. She created the space for Lewis by taking the defense down to the baseline. Ball on the right side wing quickly for Tracy Johnson, picks up her dribble, gets it right side wing, Webb. Henderson State trying to keep Webb on the outside, but now she penetrates, picks up her dribble, spin move, puts up a jumper a little bit strong. Rebound for Thompson. Henderson State up 35-28, 5:43 to go in the second quarter. Haley Estes, quick swing. Blue Jones, wide open three-look, passes it up, penetrates, kicks it out for Estes. Haley's three, no good. Blue Jones, the offensive rebound. Turnaround, jumper. In and out. It hit every aspect of the rim, and quickly the other way comes Hunter. Shalisha down low, and it is ruled in by Tracy Johnson, who avoided going out of bounds. Quick kick out for M.M. David. Hands it off. Johnson looking for options, swings it left. Wallace thought about the three, gets into the paint, bumped, no foul called. Dishes it out right side for Hunter, who launches a tray. That's no good, and the weak side board for Thompson, her second rebound. Henderson State leading by 7 midway through the second quarter. Game 1 of a doubleheader. Tori Thompson down to the bucket, hands it off. Brooke Lewis could not reel it in, and it goes off her fingertips. Shalisha Hunter all the way to the bucket, and she takes it down to the hole and puts it in. And a timeout called by Henderson State. 4:47 to go here in the second quarter. 35-30 Reddies. It's Henderson State basketball. And we'll be back after this media timeout. You're listening to the Reddies Radio Network. Back here at the Duke Wells Center, Robbie Aaron with you. Hope that your week is going well. Hard to believe that it's already I say hard to believe it's already the Super Bowl, but they do draw that process out so long that sometimes it's ready to be over with. That is this weekend, the Patriots and the Falcons. Brooke Lewis is bumped down underneath the bucket, almost loses the ball, and they're going to call a 3-second violation on Lewis in the paint. So a turnover for Henderson State, and things have not gone all that well when the Reddies try to involve Lewis into the offensive scheme. She's a very good presence underneath for rebounding, as a quick three is hoisted up right side, shot no good, as Chasen Howard couldn't get it to fall. Still 35-30 Reddies, 4:20 to go in the second quarter. Erica Emmons passed up a three, gets to the bucket, puts it up, shot no good, ball fought for, and a foul is going to go against Brooke Lewis. So Lewis picks up the foul, and Henderson State has gone on these stretches of make 3 in a row, 4 in a row, miss 3 in a row, 4 in a row. So right now a 5-point game in Southeastern Oklahoma State with the ball. It's out on the left side wing for Alex Robinson. Over to the left side, Hash, and a shot fired up, no good. But nobody boxed out Ariana Kemp, and we'll have a held ball with a possession arrow pointing towards the visitors.
Jump ball for Decimal State with the Savage Storm.
The Storm will inbound to the left side of the bucket. It will be Hunter to take it out. Gets it in for Kemp. Out on the left side for Howard, now swung around for Hunter. Over to the right side corner, Kemp, just inside the three-point line. Being guarded by Lewis, gets to the bucket, and they're going to call a foul on Lewis, and that's Brooks' second. So now you have a situation where each of the three bigs has 2 fouls in Lewis, Branham, and Weber. And now Bree Bozier is going to have to come into the game. Bozier did not have her best performance on Saturday, which has shuffled her down to fourth in line in the big man rotation. But she is in the game and could use some big minutes from her here tonight. Bozier actually had a good game. 15 points and 6 rebounds against Southeastern Oklahoma State. Kemp makes one of 2 free throws, so it's a 35-31 Reddies lead. Tori Thompson brings it up. Emmons over the right side. Thompson dribbling down through traffic. All the way to the bucket, puts it up and puts it down off the glass. Tori Thompson really good at creating her own opportunities and for others. And she extends the lead to 6 for the Reddies. Top of the key for Alex Robinson. Right side wing pass for Howard. And Kemp has the ball go off of her. And they're pulling Kemp out, trying to get Bozier out of the paint to allow Hunter to penetrate. And Hunter is foul going up. And that is not a great foul call by Andre Johnson as Haley Henson had her arms straight up and down. Jill Thomas, furious on the far side, is very, very animated. Her point is that it's 5-1 in fouls right now. And Andre Johnson saying, Coach, 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 you need to calm down as Hunter misses the free throw. Jill Thomas clapping her hands at the referee, which it's going to take just one more thing for her to get a technical foul here. Second free throw is good for Howard. Haley Estes comes back into the game for Blue Jones, who has 2 fouls. So Jones has 1 foul, my apologies. On the court right now, it's Bozier, Thompson, Estes, Henson, and Emmons. Top of the key for Emmons. Kicks it out right side wing, Estes into the paint, and it's stripped away and stolen. Here comes Tracy Johnson and company to Hunter. Hunter bounce pass down to Kemp, who may have traveled. They don't call it. Right side wing 3, Hunter no good, and Haley Estes has the weak side rebound. Referee's getting a little noise from the crowd now as Haley Henson fires a wide open 3. She can't hit. Offensive rebound for Bozier, and Bree will go to the line. Bree Bozier has not made a free throw in 2 months. She is 0 for her last 6 from the line.
Bree Bozier line shoot 2.
She started the year so well from the free throw line as well. Bree made, I believe it was 16 of her first 17, and there she hits one. See, you just needed a reverse jinx as the Savage Storm bring their starters back into the game. A massive line change for Darren Grover. 38-32 Reddies, 2:35 to go in the second quarter. The up-tempo, fast-paced game is playing right into the hand of the Reddies, a much quicker team, a better offensive team than the opposition. Ball goes out of bounds off of Haley Estes, so it will be Savage Storm ball as Bozier misses the second. 38-32, 2:32 to go. Courtney Brady, the point guard. Brady over on the left side wing, tries to get down to the left baseline, cut off by Henson. Henson missed that last free, but it was a much better shot. She was set, she was open, no qualms about that one whatsoever as Potter puts up a running floater with one hand. That didn't fall. The rebound for Henderson State as Tori Thompson shovels it out right side wing. Ball deflected on a pass attempt to Estes, but she's able to get it. Gets around her man to the bucket, puts it up, shot no good. And they're going to call a blocking foul as David went to the ground. So 2 free throws here for Haley Estes as Jill Thomas has a smile on her face because she knows that what she was doing in the ear of Andre Johnson probably came back and bought her team a foul there because that did not look like a foul on David. Second foul on David. Free throw for Estes is good. Haley, a really good free throw shooter, almost 80%. David sits down. Kemp comes in. Kemp also has 2 fouls. Free throw for Estes is no good. Bozier tips the offensive rebound, but it goes right out to Katie Webb. So Webb will hand it off, and Brady brings it up. Brady's played all 18 games this year off the bench. Really good minutes. Ball on the left side wing. Kemp with a shimmy. Can't get by Bozier though. Good defense by Bree. Pass off to her left for Brady. Brady spins around, has a shot blocked, gets it back, underneath, puts up a wild layup attempt. Shot's no good. And Haley Estes is knocked to the floor trying to bring the ball up the court. The foul will go against Courtney Brady. And with 1 minute and 33 seconds and a 7-point lead, Henderson State has the ball in a side out. The next foul on the defensive side by the Savage Storm will result in free throws. Thompson brings it up. Estes swung out to the left. Blue Jones swung out to the right. Thompson to the top of the key. Passes to the right for Haley Henson, a three. No good. Blue Jones trying to fight for the offensive board, and it goes out of bounds off of the Ready. So Storm basketball, 1 minute, 18 seconds to go. I love that play. Little crisscross to mix up the defense, freeing up Haley Henson, who just couldn't hit it. Henson 0 for 6 from downtown. Brady looking inside, passes out left side. Rachel Wallace bounced past the Webb at the free throw line, dribbles down left side into the paint, puts up a 4-footer, shot no good. Ball tipped around, then it will come out to midcourt. Olivia Potter, a wild three, no good from about 7 feet behind the three-point line. But a third attempt now as the ball is ricocheted out to Courtney Brady, and she will slow things down. Kick ball, and it will remain with the Savage Storm. The score 39-32. Henderson State with 47.7 seconds to go. Ball is in for Webb. Up at the top to Brady, who launches a three. Puts it down. Good shot for Courtney Brady, and the Savage Storm needed that. Tori Thompson dribbling up at the top. Trying to get down right side. Good defense from Kemp. Cut her off. Pulls back out, now gets underneath, kicks it out. Blue Jones a counter three. Air ball, Bree Bozier, offensive rebound, puts it up, and puts it down. Bree Bozier, a big play right there. Not only getting the rebound, but a really nice power move underneath. And with 10 seconds to go, the Storm have one last shot, 41-35 Reddies. Ball on the left side, Wallace. That's Webb, jumper, good, and that's how the half will end. So Katie Webb makes it a 41-37 game at the break. The Reddies are up by 4 heading into halftime, and I'll tell you what, you do not want to miss halftime. We have a very special interview coming up with Scott Maxfield, who is the head football coach here at Henderson State, and he is going to chat about the amazing signing day the Reddies had yesterday. National Signing Day all across the country, and Scott Maxfield, who is in his 13th season at the helm for the Reddies football program, will be joining us coming up next. Once again, the score here at the break, 41 for Henderson State, 37 for Southeastern Oklahoma State. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to Henderson State. We're in the Duke Wells Center at the half of the ladies' game, Henderson State and Southeastern Oklahoma State. It's the Reddies 41 and the Savage Storm 37. Well, sometimes you promise a Bentley and you come out with, well, no, I don't want to do that, but we thought Scott Maxwell was going to be here, but my good friend Ryan Lusby, quarterback coach for the Henderson State football program, is sitting to my left. Coach, thanks for joining us. What an amazing day you guys had yesterday. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good, Coach. Yeah, it was good. It was a good signing day. Had a good class. Felt like we put together a good group of kids. Ended up signing, I think, 37 altogether. Got quite a few good guys from Arkansas, as well as State of Texas, a couple from Florida. So
people see the product on the field, the game, maybe a practice here and there, but they don't realize what goes into signing these kids. You guys are traveling around all the time. You're recruiting. You're dealing with competition from so many different schools and so many different areas. When you get 37 kids, I'm sure most of them you really wanted, how much of a relief is that, and how rewarding is that for you guys?
Oh, it's a real rewarding deal. Most coaches, once you sign 37 like that, you take a couple of days off, relax a little bit. Shout out to the coaches' wives out there that have to deal with the coaches being gone all the time. I know I spent most of the month of January away from home. Spent a lot of time in kids' homes and out there doing all kinds of things with recruits, trying to tell them about Henderson State and the great program we have, and try to build on our championship tradition here.
So for you, you're in your third season at with the program. You've been promoted to quarterbacks coach, working with the offense of all different sorts. So for you personally, what's the path? Is it offensive coordinator and then head coach, just to see wherever it takes you?
Yeah. I think that's everybody's dream, is to be a head coach and move up in this profession. I like to build my resume here, and I hope to continue to win championships here and move up and be a coordinator here, then hopefully head coach here, and then move on from there and see what happens.
Coach Maxfield entering his 13th season with the program. What has been working with him like?
Oh, it's been really great. He's a really great guy to be around, really great mentor. Tries to teach the coaches as well as build these boys into men. We get them as 18-year-old boys for what they are, and try to get them a degree and grow them into men. He's really taught me a lot on how to do that.
When you were a player versus you now as a coach, can you remember how much different you thought coaching was and everything they expected of you, now having to go through it on the other side?
Oh yeah, I used to think coaching was just, hey, let's pick these plays and do it this way, and from the film studies to the helping the kids with academics, making sure they're getting everything done. It's a whole lot more work than you think it is from the outside looking in. Even as a player, you think you know what you're doing, but there's a lot of work that goes into coaching that a lot of people don't quite understand.
You grew up just north of Dallas in Allen, I believe.
Correct.
Obviously a huge football stadium there now. You didn't go to Allen High School, but does that mean Cowboys fan? Who was your idol growing up being a football guy?
Yeah, I grew up a Cowboys fan. Watched Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin. The Cowboys back when they were winning Super Bowls. I was a little heartbroken this year in the playoffs as they blew one, I think, but it is what it is.
Yeah, the Cowboys and the Chiefs, your wonderful wife Katie's favorite team, losing on the same day. Not a great day in the Lusby household.
No, it was not a great day for football in that household.
So you guys deserve every bit of a relaxing weekend. So thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the awesome signing class, and very excited for what Henderson State football will be next year.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's Ryan Lusby, quarterbacks coach for Henderson State. We'll take a look at some stats coming up after this. Back here at the half is 41-37 Henderson State over Southeastern Oklahoma State. Big thanks to Ryan Lesby for coming on, and a very exciting time here at Henderson State for the football program, obviously. But in this game, the Reddies shooting 47% from the field, the Savage Storm at 42%, and a couple of buckets to end the first half cut what was an 8-point lead to 4. Henderson State will have the basketball to begin half number 2, so we'll see how Henderson State responds. Haley Estes leading the way with 13 points. 12 of those were in the first quarter. Overall leading scorer in the game is Katie Webb. She has 14 points of 5 of 9 shooting. The big struggle has been for Haley Henson knocking down 3. She's 0 for 6 from downtown and 1 for 8 from the field. Blue Jones started the game in place of her sister, who has a minor elbow injury. 7 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist. Haley Estes en route to a potential double-double with 13 points and 5 rebounds. Leading rebounder for Southeastern Oklahoma State is Ariana Kemp. She has 5 points and 5 boards. Team rebounds, the Reddies have 21 and the Storm have 20. Assist-wise, only 2 for the Storm and 6 for Henderson State. And turnovers very close. Henderson State 7 and Southeastern Oklahoma State has 6. We'll take one more break, and when we return, Ryan Shannon will join us. He's the assistant coach for Henderson State. Always excited to see what the coach has to say about the halftime talk in the locker room. We'll be back after this. Back at the break, we're joined by Ryan Shannon, assistant coach for Henderson State. Ryan, up and down first quarter, team went on a couple nice runs. What did you notice?
Just consistency. I mean, whether it's on offense or defense, continuing getting stops, boxing out, rebounding, and then our offense making good decisions. We were going consistent when we got tired, and just need to do a little bit better job of that.
Bree Berger, fourth man off the bench in the big man category. Actually looked like she had a couple of nice minutes there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, better than she has been lately. I mean, you know, she started at the beginning of the year and kind of died off a little bit, but hopefully she's back to better now.
Obviously, the storyline, no Pink Jones. What do you see in Blue in her start?
She's doing a good job. I mean, she has a big responsibility with Garden Potter. I mean, she's crazy. You saw some of the shots she hit, you know, but she's doing a good job. Just got to be a little more confident.
I always ask you the key to win the second half. What do you got?
Getting those extra stops that we haven't gotten most of the year. So.
Good. Ryan Shannon, thanks for your time.
Thanks.
That's assistant coach Ryan Shannon, and why don't we take a look at some scores from around the Great American Conference here in just a little bit. Remind you that this is the Fat Boys halftime statistics, or you just heard the Fat Boys halftime statistics at 130 Valley Street in Caddo Valley. This is the SCM Architects halftime show, serving Henderson State University for nearly 20 years. SCM Architects is a proud sponsor of Reddy Athletics. SCM Architects has provided Henderson State with a new dining hall, recreation center, and dormitories all within the last 5 years. For more information, visit scmarchitects.com. Coming into tonight's game, the Reddies in 5th place of the 12 teams in the conference, and the Savage Storm in 4th place at 8-5. So a huge game here tonight for jostling purposes in the middle of the conference. Other games going on right now at the break. At Arkansas Tech, it's 38-28. Tech leads Southern Naz beginning in the third quarter. At Ouachita Baptist across the street leading East Central 24-17. These two teams will crisscross across the street on Saturday afternoon. University of Arkansas Monticello has a 5-point lead over Northwestern Oklahoma State. It's 33-28 at the break. Just a couple of minutes into the third quarter, Harding a 9-point lead over Oklahoma Baptist, 38-27. And Southwestern Oklahoma State has a 4-point lead, 44-39 over Southern Arkansas. That game also at halftime. Well, we are just about ready for half number 2 between the Reddies and the Savage Storm. Grady Bean will be joining me presumably for game 2 between the men. Henderson State looking to bounce back from probably its worst performance of the season after seeing Southern Naz on Saturday in Oklahoma jump out to a 28-5 lead, really taking all of the air out of the men's balloon. See if they can bounce back here tonight. Henderson State basketball, it's 41-37 Reddies. See if we can get Haley Henson going in the second half. Haley Estes will take the ball out from right in front of me. She'll inbound it to Haley Henson as Jill Thomas puts all 5 starters into the game. Tori Thompson up at the top, has the ball, gets a screen from Brittany Branham. Swung over, Estes a corner 3. Knocks it down, and that's the way you want to start the second half. Beautiful passing around the perimeter, and Haley Estes nails the tray, making it 44-37. Ball on the right side. Webb bounce pass down low. David. Wild shot goes over the backboard. So David not able to finish. Henderson State with a 3, a stop, and now with a 7-point lead can really take this game in the right direction if they can get a bucket here. Tori Thompson has really turned into the point guard even with Blue Jones into the game. Thompson kicks out left side. Estes passes up the 3, kicks it out to Henson. What ball movement as Estes fires a 3. No good. It somehow hit the backboard from the corner. And here comes Potter. Potter with Haley Henson and great help defense from Blue Jones. Henson with her hand in the face of, I believe that is Wallace, and it is. Wallace up and under on Henson and able to finish off the glass. Pretty move. Wallace only 5'7", but able to elude the defense, and it's 44-39. Haley Henson over the right side. Blue Jones passes right to Potter, and the turnover will send Hunter up the right side. Shalisha back to Potter. Potter all the way to the bucket, goes underneath. Wallace looked like she was fouled going up, but no call as Tori Thompson will be credited for the block. That should be a block for Thompson, I believe. And it will be. On the right side, Haley Estes over to Thompson on the right baseline, penetrates down to the bucket, and she's fouled from behind going up. So 2 free throws coming up here for Tori Thompson, 44-39.
That was number 24, Katie Webb. That's her second, team's first. Tori Thompson line to shoot 2.
Thompson 1 for 1 from the line today, just under 80% for the season. Her free throw is good. Loving this ball movement in the third quarter for the Reddies. Only one errant pass, that was from Blue Jones right into the hands of Olivia Potter. Second free throw is good as well. Henderson State up by 7 with 8:24 remaining. Shalisha Hunter, top of the key. Wallace being guarded by Thompson, takes it down right side baseline, picks up her dribble, kicks it out Hunter. Hunter looking for options. Bounce pass down low, stolen away. Haley Estes has Haley Henson on her right if she wants. Passes to Blue Jones all the way to the bucket. Easy layup. Oh, what a fake by Haley Estes, who dribbled right and then passed left. And this is some pretty Henderson State basketball here in the third quarter, up by 9. Potter at the top. You know she's going to want to shoot. Does put a wild shot up. She can't get it to fall, and Haley Henson, perfect place on the weak side board. Pass down for Blue Jones. Blue wisely pulls out, kicks it out. Tori Thompson swung. Haley Henson a 3. It's good! From downtown, the Reddies extend the lead to 12. It's 51-39, and a timeout taken by Darren Grover as Henderson State on a 7-0 run opens up a 12-point lead. That's going to be extended to the media timeout, so we'll step aside, and when we return, Henderson State with a 12-point lead. Savage Storm basketball next. 7:33 remaining in this third quarter. Henderson State opening up a 12-point lead. It was a 4-point game at the break, so just 2 minutes and 27 seconds into the quarter, the Reddies with 8 more points than the Savage Storm. But you know that Olivia Potter and company can score at any time. As Potter loses possession, Blue Jones comes away with it, and she's able to outlet to Haley Henson, who crosses midcourt. Henson at the free throw line, down low, and a foul, as Brittany Branham had it. And it will be a foul underneath. A lot of smiles on the face of the Reddies right now, and rightly so. If anything, that's a really good foul for the Savage Storm, because Brittany Branham was free and she would have had an easy layup. Checking in is Tracy Johnson. Did not play against Henderson State first time around. Had 4 points, averages 4 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist, and has been getting more minutes lately. Haley Henson over to the right side. Blue Jones. Cross court, left side, swung around for Henson through Estes. Henson dribbling around, kicks it out, wide open three. Tori Thompson hits the top of the backboard, no good, and a foul will go against David. Oh, no, I take that back. It will be Brittany Branham. That was a tough foul call. The two were just tangled up and fighting for the basketball, but Branham called for the foul, her third, and Hunter will push up the court. Tori Thompson with an interesting shot there as the ball is dribbled down under the basket, kicked out. David to the top of the key for Wallace. Wallace, bounce pass down to David. One power dribble. She's fouled going up. Count the basket. So MM David will try to complete an and one opportunity here. It's 51-41 with one free throw for David. MM 0 for 2 from the line tonight. 71% free throw shooter usually. David's free throw. No good, too strong. Ball tipped out, and it will be saved by Hunter. So an offensive rebound, ball down low for David, and she traveled. So Henderson State gets the ball back. It's a 10-point game. 51-41 is the score. Tori Thompson dribbling up the left side. Hands it off. Haley Henson a three, in and out. Oh, that one went halfway down with the spin, but the rebound brought down by Rachel Wallace would have made it a 13-point game. But still a 10-point game, and here comes the Savage Storm looking to make it a single-digit affair as Hunter fires a jumper from the right side wing, no good, short. David fights for the rebound, gets it, kicks it out. Wallace a three, and she hits. So a second opportunity there, thanks to MM David, and Rachel Wallace nails the tray, and it's 51-44. The Savage Storm hanging around as Henderson State had an opportunity to pull away. Ball to Weber. Kicked outside Henson to the free throw line. Back outside Tori Thompson, a wide open three. Way too strong. Blue Jones the offensive rebound. Saves it and swings it out to the top of the key for Henson. Bounce pass down low to Weber. Goes off the glass. Her shot way off. And the rebound brought down by Johnson. So here come the Storm's 7-point game with the basketball and 5:40 to go in the third quarter. Wallace, left side, Johnson. Down to the baseline. Johnson puts up a jumper and hits it from the left side baseline. So just like that, Southeastern Oklahoma State makes it a 5-point game on a 7-0 run right now. Tori Thompson over to Haley Estes. Outside the three-point line, Estes taking her chances with Hunter. Bounce pass outside Henson. Left side hash jumper. No good, strong. Blue Jones tried to tip it, but instead hands it off for Johnson. Johnson of the Storm over on the left side wing for Wallace. 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Tracy Johnson, top of the key, Hunter. Shalisha trying to get it to David. Does so, and instead tosses it right to Blue Jones, who will get the steal. Henderson State needing a basket here to cut into the 7-0 drought. Tori Thompson takes it to the hole, can't get it to fall, fight for the board. Thompson has it, kicks it out. Henson over to Blue Jones, swung around right side. Haley Estes a long three, way off. And the rebound is brought down as that one clanked between the rim and the backboard. And a foul on Henderson State. So Alexis Weber picks up her third. Brittany Branham on the bench with 4. And Henderson State, we will head to the media timeout with a 51-46 game. It was 51-39. Savage Storm have the ball with 4:32 to go. Coming up next. Back here at Henderson State, it's 51-46, a game of runs. The Reddies, without points over the last 3 minutes and 11 seconds, 0 for their last 7 from the field, have seen a 12-point game cut down to a 5-point game. 51-46, Savage Storm with the basketball. Webb at the top of the key, dribbles down to the bucket, has her shot partially altered. It was blocked by Estes, and then she gets the rebound even though the shot was able to be rebounded. So nice job by Estes defensively, and Tori Thompson has it with 4:11 to go in the third quarter. Thompson looking right, crossover dribble to the left hash, backs down, almost loses possession, does, and has it stripped. So a steal, great job by Tracy Johnson. And pushing up the court is Courtney Brady, left side wing, Johnson a three. No good front rim, and Thompson has the rebound. So Tori looking with eyes down towards the bucket, gets it to Estes. Estes fakes the swing. Passes to her right. Blue Jones dribbling into traffic, passes it off for Henson. Over to Thompson. Thompson kicks it out right side. Estes a three. No good, strong, and the rebound for Rachel Wallace. Henderson State 0 for their last 8 from the field. 51-46 still to score. A quick three for Wallace at the top of the key, and she swishes it home. And just like that, it's a 2-point game. 10-0 run for Southeastern Oklahoma State. Blue Jones bringing it up. Blue trying to get down, kicks it out for Henson. Henson to the hole. Little running jumper is good. Haley Henson able to cut into that 10-0 drought. And Henderson State finally with a bucket after a 4-minute and 33-second period without a point. 2:56 to go, 53-49 Reddies, right back to where we were at the break. Ball kicked out left side, a three for Johnson. Rattles it home, and it's a 1-point game. Tracy Johnson cuts it to a 53-52 deficit. That's a 13-2 run right now as Haley Estes launches a three, and she's way off and can't find her shot here in the third quarter. And right now the Savage Storm dribbling up the court with an opportunity to take the lead. Ball on the left side wing for Wallace, top of the key. Johnson being guarded by Thompson. Johnson with a couple of crow hop steps. Her shot's no good, but the offensive rebound for Webb is stolen away by Weber. Weber with a 2-on-1. Lexus, and an offensive foul. Great plant underneath by Wallace. No question about that call. So Weber picks up her fourth. So she and Branham both have 4 fouls now on the bench as Bree Bozier will come in for her. Bozier, Henson, Estes, Erica Emmons checks back in as well as Blue Jones remains out on the floor. So 53-52 Henderson State. Reddies 1 for their last 10 from the field, yielding a 13-2 run here for the Storm. Brady over to the right side. Wallace steps back, looking underneath, instead gives it to Brady to her left, just to the right of the top of the arc. Brady looking over on the right side baseline. Now kicks it out. A three for Brady is no good. Great box out as Haley Estes able to have a rebound thanks to Bree Bozier's body. Estes all the way down to the bucket and a flop. That's a great call by the head official, who noticed that as well. Mark Gibson called the flop, and that's on Wallace, who tried to draw the charge for the second straight sequence, but instead it's Haley Estes with the 2 free throws. In the NBA, they have a technical foul awarded for that, but not in the college level. Reddies still with the lead. Haley hits the first free throw. She's 2 for 3 from the line, has 17 points, 7 rebounds. Thompson back into the game for Blue Jones. Second free throw for Estes, good as well. Both teams very good free throw shooting teams as no one was back for Olivia Potter. Great job by Haley Henson to run with her man to make M.M. David come back to field the inbound. She hands it off for Courtney Brady. Little things like that shows why Haley Henson's such a highly regarded college basketball player. Very high b-ball IQ as a tripping foul will be called against Henson. Got her legs tangled up. 1:31 to go, and that is the 5th foul, and now 2 shots coming up for Courtney Brady, who's 11 for 14 from the line this year. Actually, check that. They're going to award the free throws to Ariana Kemp, which might be better for the Reddies. Kemp, a 68% free throw shooter. First one is good. 91 seconds to go in the quarter. This game looks like it's going to come down to the wire. Reddies have been playing a few of those lately. Second free throw good as well. It's 55-54. Thompson runs the show when she's on the court in the absence of Pink Jones. Haley Henson kicks it out left side. Haley Estes, a wide open three. Too strong again, and a fight for the rebound. David has it. Trying to give the Storm its first lead here in the second half. Brady slows things down at the top, looks inside. Ball on the right side for Kemp. Hands it off. Potter might have shuffled her feet, fires a long three, barely grazes the rim, and it goes out of bounds. So as Haley Estes on the rebound attempt falls down, it did not touch any Henderson State player. The Reddies just 1 for 11 over the last 7 minutes. It was 51-39 at that 7-minute and 33-second timeout. Tori Thompson to the bucket foul going up, and she has 2 free throws forthcoming with 52.1 seconds to go. Thompson 3 for 3 from the line, has 7 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists. More assists than any player in this game today. Free throw for Thompson is good. Henderson State, 10 of 12 from the line today, 6 of 27 from the three-point line. That's a 22%.
Estes has 18, career high is 25.
Second free throw good as well. 57-54 Reddies. 50 seconds to go in the third quarter. Brady on the right wing being guarded by Emmons. Emmons staying on her. Kicks it out. Wallace outside the three-point line. Dribbles to the right corner. Bounce pass down for Kemp. And they're going to get a blocking foul on Haley Estes. Her second, and that will give 2 free throws to Kemp, who just made a pair. Used her body to push her out of bounds. So 57-54. Kemp can cut it to a 1-point game. Shalisha Hunter will come back in as well. First free throw for Kemp is good. Reddies in foul trouble. Branham and Weber both with 4. Nobody with more than 2 aside from them. Nobody with more than 2 on the entire Southeastern Oklahoma roster. Free throw for Kemp is good as well. So 57-56, 38.9 seconds to go. The Storm, barring a held ball here over the last 35 seconds, will have the ball to begin the fourth quarter. Haley Henson. Cross-court pass for Erica Emmons. Dribbles down into the paint. No-look pass to Bree Bozier. Clanks it off the front rim. No good. And a really, really nice pass for Erica. But to no avail as the shot clock is turned off. The Storm will have a possession here to try to take the lead. 57-56. 12 seconds to go. Hunter dribbling out by midcourt with loose defense from Tori Thompson. Clock down to 6. Clock down to 4 as Hunter looks to penetrate, gets to the bucket, puts it up, puts it down, and the Storm have the lead after 3 quarters. It's 58-57. Southeastern Oklahoma State in the lead. Fourth quarter coming up next. You're listening to the Reddies Radio Network. We'd like to thank our good friends at Southwest Sporting Goods for the halftime update of the out-of-conference scores, or in-conference scores out of town. At Southwest Sporting Goods, we're proud to offer a wide selection of sporting goods to fit your needs. Call today at 1-888-246-2311 or give them a visit at 115 South 6th Street in Arkadelphia. The Reddies finished the quarter 1 for their last 12 from the field, yielding a lead for the Savage Storm. Henderson State had a 12-point lead with 7 minutes and 33 seconds to go in the frame. But here it's Savage Storm basketball. Shalisha Hunter hands it off for Potter. Potter all the way to the bucket. A running jumper. Good. No, it hits all parts of the rim. And a held basketball will go back to Henderson State. Good job by Brooke Lewis to come in and crash for the rebound. But how about that shot for Potter not falling? It hit the front rim, back rim. It looked like it was going to fall down, but somehow slid off the front again. So Henderson State down by 1 with the basketball. 58-57 the score. Blue Jones in the game, as is Thompson, Lewis, Henson, and Estes. Haley Estes traveled. That's a good call by the referee. Scott Clomas just dragged her foot before she passed it. So 9:35 to go, 58-57. Shalisha Hunter. She brings it up the court, left side wing. Top of the key, David. Quick handoff for Potter, uses her body as a screen. Turnaround three is good. It's amazing how you can use David and a handoff behind the three-point line and no one can get on her because of the fact that her body is so big. So it's a 4-point lead right now. Brooke Lewis has the ball. Out to Haley Henson, 61-57, and Potter's such a good shooter as well. Haley Estes for three. No good, and she is ice cold as Hunter has the rebound. One man back, and that's Haley Henson. Hunter will pull out wisely, knocked to the floor, but the ball lands in the hands of Wallace. Henderson State won for its last 13 from the field. Potter, a floater, knocks it down, and Henderson State down by 6. Its largest deficit, 63-57, and a monumental run right now. It's a 24-6 run. Tori Thompson has the ball poked from behind her. It goes out of bounds, remains with Henderson State. Potter with 12 points, Webb with 14. Haley Estes, the leading scorer, with 18, but just 3 of 13 from downtown. Henderson State not out of the game, but needs to make a push here quickly. Blue Jones will be the inbounder. Does get it in. Estes at the top, over the right side. Blue Jones thought about the three, gets down towards the bucket to the hoop and lays it off the right side glass and in. And Jill Thomas will take a 30-second timeout. They're going to extend it to the media timeout, so we'll step aside. Are they or not? They will extend it to the full timeout, so we will step aside. 63-59. Southeastern Oklahoma State on top with 8:22 to go in the fourth quarter. Back after this. Ball back in play for Southeastern Oklahoma State. Thanks for joining us. It's been a good one. Very, very back and forth game with a game full of a ton of runs. The ball deflected out of bounds off of Blue Jones. Good defense as Lexus Weber comes back in with 4 fouls. But Henderson State really being plagued by the foul trouble of Weber and Brittany Branham, opening up a 12-point lead in the third quarter, but right now it's a 4-point advantage for the Savage Storm. Ball in the hands of David on the left side. Same play. Good defense for Blue Jones, not letting them get that three-pointer off. Ball at the top for Hunter with 10 to shoot. Ball on the right side wing now to the top. Bounce pass down low. David, one power move. Turnaround jumper, no good. Fight for the rebound. David has it. Foul going up, and it's good and one. An unbelievable second chance opportunity for David, who has by far and away the most offensive rebounds on this team. The foul being in Haley Estes, her third. David tonight has 4 offensive rebounds, now 57 of them on the season, and she can extend the lead to 7, which would be the largest of the game for the Savage Storm. Free throw, no good. She's been long every time, and every time the offensive rebound goes right out to the exact same place, and the Reddies can't adjust to it. So with this second attempt, a turnaround jumper for Wallace, and she puts it in off the glass. 67-59 the score. Henderson State down by 8 and needs to make a run in a hurry. 7:35 to go in the game. Thompson all the way down to the bucket, puts a wild shot up, it's no good, and Wallace has the rebound. So Henderson State had such great ball movement in that third quarter, right now resorting to one-on-one play and forgetting what made them successful. Ball at the top of the key. Brady fakes the handoff, and it's down low to David. The ball ricochets right into her hand, right place at the right time, and it's a 10-point game, 69-59. Tori Thompson at the top of the key over the left side wing. Back to Thompson, swung around right side. Haley Estes a three. No good. She could not be colder. And Henderson State down by 10 has the ball go out of bounds, luckily, off of Southeastern Oklahoma State. So a 10-point game, 6:54 to go. And the Reddies are, I believe, 2 for their last 23 from the field. 69-59 is the score. Haley Estes is 3 for 14 from downtown. Thompson at the top of the key, looks for Estes inside, gets it, and she's fouled going up. So 2 free throws for Estes. You just need a series of 3 or 4 makes in a row, and you can get right back in it. But the Reddies down by 10 right now, facing adversity.
Haley Estes will on shoot 2.
Estes 3 or 4 from the line today, again, right around 80% on the season. She makes the first. Estes with 19 points and 8 rebounds. Ariana Kemp comes back in for MM David. Rachel Wallace in the game with 3 fouls, the only player with 3 for the Storm. Second free throw for Estes is no good, and the rebound brought down by Webb. Quick outlet for Hunter. They're saying that Wallace was poked in the eye. They're trying to get the whistle, but it will not be blown. Potter with a floater, no good. Brooke Lewis has the rebound. Quick outlet for Henson. Henderson State looks gassed right now. Slower pace, can't get around that defense like they were early on in the third quarter. Haley Henson to the free throw line, all the way to the bucket, has her shot blocked. Brooke Lewis has it. They say it hits the baseline, and because it was blocked, it goes out of bounds off of the Storm. So Erica Emmons comes back into the game. Henderson State ball with 6 minutes and 16 seconds to go. Four across the baseline. Emmons and Lewis in the game with Estes and Henson. Thompson looking for options. Needs to get it in, and it's almost stolen away, but a foul called on Shalisha Hunter. Second foul of the quarter on Hunter. That's her second. Now a side out for Haley Henson. Henson gets it in for Thompson, left side corner. Really no true catalyst on this offensive scheme here in the fourth quarter as Haley Henson pops a jumper from the free throw line, and the Reddies can't buy a bucket. Henderson State in the second half is shooting just 23%. Up by 9, the Storm on the left side wing. Wallace looks inside for Webb, trying to get it down there, does so. Webb down low, and Kemp was left wide open, and she's able to lay it in off the glass. It's an 11-point lead for the Storm. Joe Thomas looking more and more frustrating across court as Erica Emmons forces up a shot, no good. And it goes out of bounds off of Henderson State. So with 5:37 to go, this game slipping out of hands for the Reddies. I want to do the math. Henderson State had 51 points, 7 minutes and 33 seconds to go. So over the last 12 minutes, the Reddies have scored 9 points. Top of the key, Wallace, bounce pass to the free throw line, Webb, and she gets to the hoop and lays it in. Right now, Henderson State with no interior defense. Brittany Branham on the bench with 4 fouls, doing no good on the bench. Even if she fouls out, you might as well use her in the game. Haley Estes kicks it out left side. A 3 for Haley Henson is good. Henderson State needed that for at least a little bit of breathing room, or breathing hope, as it's 73-63. It is Branham on the floor. My apologies about that. Estes. We also have Emmons, Thompson, and Henson. Storm using a bunch of clock here. Ball almost poked away twice, but it's kicked back out, and a three for Wallace. No good, too strong, but nobody boxed out Webb. So a second opportunity, and they're going to just waste the clock here, and why not? On the left side wing, Wallace looking down low, trying to get it to Webb. Estes working on her, gets to the bucket, reverse layup is good. 75-63. 12-point lead for Southeastern Oklahoma State. Thompson dribbles around Estes, over to Emmons at the top. Erica Emmons dribbles down to the left side, trying to find someone, gives it to Henson. Henson being guarded by Potter. Into the paint, pass deflected out. Three for Emmons from the corner. No good. And the rebound brought down by Rachel Wallace. 12-point game under 4 minutes to go. Hunter just walking the ball up the court, why not? Blue Jones will come back in next whistle. As will Tracy Johnson. Henderson State has taken 32 three-pointers today. Made only 7 of them. Ball on the floor, and a timeout is taken by Potter. 6 on the shot clock, and Henderson State down by 12 needs a stop and a bunch of buckets. It is a 30-second timeout, so we'll keep it right here. Again, the Reddies coming into today's game at 7-6 in the conference. The Savage Storm at 8-5. 4th and 5th in the conference respectively. So taking a look at the scoreboard right now, Arkansas Tech leads Southern Naz by 9 in the 4th quarter. It's all UAM, Arkansas Monticello over Northwestern Oklahoma State 70-53. Southwestern Oklahoma State leads Southern Arkansas 67-56. And Harding all over Oklahoma Baptist. That game just about to go final as well. 6 seconds to shoot. Hunter will be the inbounder. In the offensive court, hands it off, gets the ball back, free throw line, jumper, good. And right now Henderson State with the Swiss cheese D and has really hit a giant, mammoth wall. Tori Thompson over to Emmons, looking for options. Emmons, bounce pass down to Brittany Branham, kicks it out. Henson fakes the swing. Back to Thompson. Tori Thompson launches a three. In and out. And the rebound for Ariana Kemp. Reddies shooting less than 20% from downtown today on 33 attempts. Henderson State also shooting just 22% from the field this half and 36% overall. Under 3 minutes to go, 77-63. Shalisha Hunter to the top of the key for Kemp and a travel. Potter and Wallace come back in the game. (77-63). Top of the key for Henson. Down low and a pass floated too high over the head of Erica Emmons. Henderson State with a 12th turnover. 2 minutes and 31 seconds to go, and what a turnaround. The first 22 minutes and 33 seconds of the game, the Reddies had a 12-point lead. And over the last about 13 minutes of this game, the Storm have outscored Henderson State by 26 in just 13 minutes. Top of the key, Wallace. Spin move, hands it off for Webb to the bucket, puts it up, can't finish. Rebound, offensive for Kemp. And under 2 minutes now, they're going to reset. A lot of offensive rebounds in this game. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. Hunter dribbling it out on the left side wing. To the top. Wallace bounce pass to the right hash for Webb. Being guarded by Henson. She's fouled going up. Gets it to fall. And in and one opportunity, it's now 79-63. 1 minute and 42 seconds to go. Reddies started the third quarter 4 for 6 from the field, and the Reddies just 2 of their last 20. Free throw for Webb is no good. Rebound for Branham. Haley Estes pushing up, 16-point game, 1 minute, 37 seconds to go. Henson spins around to the paint, kicks it out right side. Emmons to the bucket, and a offensive foul. Kind of the story of how this fourth quarter has gone for, and the third has gone for Henderson State.
Did we make a field goal this time? Well, one of them last.
Henderson State 2 of 10 in the quarter. 79-63. Reddies just 6 points in this fourth quarter. 1 minute and 24 seconds to go. Hunter will dribble things out. It's 79-63. Shot clock down to 18, still out by midcourt. Ball at the top. Bounce pass almost stolen away, but Webb has it, and it goes off of her leg. So Henderson State will get it with 62 seconds to go. 79-63. Henderson State men coming up. Don't forget, we'll have the Jimmy Elgis interview as a part of the pregame show to kick things off, and then the Domino's pregame show. Ball on the right side wing, Emmons. Shot fake, kicks it out, and Haley Henson all the way to the bucket, floats one up. Can't get it to fall. Branham, the offensive board, goes off the glass and in. Brittany Branham with 9 points and 4 rebounds. 79-65, 41 seconds to go. The Reddies will not foul. About a 13-second shot clock to game clock differential. Shalisha Hunter dribbling it out by midcourt. The Savage Storm will improve to 9-5. The Reddies falling to 7-7 in conference play. Hunter from the free throw line rattles it home. Team that averages only 69.7 points per game has put up 81 on Henderson State here, thanks to an enormous second half of the third quarter and then fourth quarter. Haley Henson to the hole. Can't get hers to fall, and that will do it for the game. The final score is going to be Southeastern Oklahoma State 81, Henderson State 65. Final totals from the game, 5 players in double figures for Southeastern Oklahoma State, led by Katie Webb, who scored 18 points, had 8 rebounds and 3 assists. 12 points for Rachel Wallace and Olivia Potter, 11 for Hunter and Kemp. Henderson State led by Haley Estes, but she was only 3 of 14 from downtown. Blue Jones had 11, Haley Henson had 10. Estes finishes 2 rebounds shy of a double-double. Henderson State shooting just 24% in the second half. After starting the half 3 of 4, you subtract the 3 buckets, they were just 4 of 25 to finish the game. Once again, the final score, Southeastern Oklahoma State 81, Henderson State 65. Not nearly as lopsided as the score indicates. We'll step aside, have a quick commercial break here. When we return, we'll have a pregame interview with Jimmy Elgis. He sat down with Hunter Lively, and then the Domino's pregame show for the men's side coming up next.
Please welcome your Henderson State Reddies.
Welcome back to the Duke Wells Center, everybody. Robbie Aaron here with you, and as always, it's a pleasure to be joined by Grady Bean, who did not let some traffic in the area due to a wreck. Hope everyone's okay. Get in the way of this Domino's pregame show. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing great. You know, it looked like, I did. I got delayed about 25 minutes over around Bismarck, and it looked like everyone was walking around, so it looked worse than what it ended up, I think. Well, it just kind of blocked the road for a little while.
Here tonight, Henderson State trying to snap out of a little funk, having dropped 4 of the last 5 games, taking on a Southeastern Oklahoma State team that's 4-9 in conference. The Reddies won 85-76 against the Savage Storm back in early December. But these two teams playing different forms of basketball right now. The Savage Storm coming off of 2 heartbreaking losses in a row, one in double overtime and the other by a point. And Henderson State coming off by far its worst loss of the year, one that they trailed 28-5 in the first half. So right now, you can't look at past numbers. Tonight is a new game.
Well, you know, you always say when you're in the middle of the conference season or a little bit past the halfway point and you're in the middle of the standings, every game is a desperate game, you know, and you know, you're trying to get in the tournament, but also you're trying to improve as you go. And both these teams, you know, we're locked in 6th. 8 teams go to the tournament. Southeast is locked in that 9th, 10th position. So these are big games. This is a big one tonight, and we need to win our home games.
Henderson State without Chris Hawkins tonight, who really had one of his best games of the season against this Storm team. Back in December, he scored 24 points and had 9 rebounds, but even aside from those numbers, what he did most impressively was he kept Tyler Lonzie off the board that night. So tonight, Brad Nairn and other big men are going to need to step up.
Yeah, you know, we saw that when we didn't have Morella. We're not that deep inside, and so any guy we lose, it hurts us. And you're right, Lonzie, I mean, he's averaging 5 offensive rebounds a game, which is 2nd or 3rd in the league. He's not that great a rebounder, but he gets the offensive glass, so someone's going to have to stick a butt on him tonight.
Henderson State 8-0 at home all time against Southeastern Oklahoma State, but the past is the past, and tonight is tonight. It's the Storm and the Reddies. Coming up, we'll have our keys to the game, and then opening tip with the starting lineups. Henderson State and Southeastern Oklahoma State doing battle on a Thursday night from Arkadelphia. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to the Domino's pregame show. Domino's Pizza, proud sponsor of Henderson State Athletics. Pick up a pizza at 3120 Pine Street in Arkadelphia. It's time for our keys to the game, brought to you by All Care Pharmacy. Coach Grady Bean, it's been a couple of weeks since we saw you, so why don't we get you or Key first?
Well, number one, we need to create turnovers, okay? We have not done a great job defensively this year once it gets deep into a possession. Southeast, is susceptible to turnovers, so we need to watch that. Number two, defend the perimeter. I mean, they take 40% of their shots from the three-point line. They've got a couple of very good. They're third in the league in attempts, so we need to get out on the basketball and make sure they get contested shots. That's one area of defense that we have maintained even our losing streak. We defend the three pretty well, so we need to do it tonight. And third, play team offense, okay? When we have good ball and man movement, that's what we need to look for early here. When we have good ball and man movement, like we did the first 30 minutes against Harding, we can score. When we get reduced down to a one-on-one game, we don't look good, okay? And so that's what we need to look for tonight.
We should do our Keys snake style so we both get opportunities. But I'm actually going to piggyback off that last one with the pace and the ball movement. This team played double overtime on Saturday. 3 of their players had 48 minutes or more in that game. And if you can move the ball and be quick out of the gate, you can catch them off guard, catch them a little bit tired, even though it was a few days ago. And for me, the other really important thing for Henderson State to do is limit the opposition's runs. It seems like in every loss this year, whether it was on Saturday early in the game or a couple of games here that were later in the game, there's one big run that they let the opposition go on. And if you can limit that, I think the Reddies can have some success.
And a lot of times, Robbie, as we've talked about, it's when we get deep into our bench that happens. So, when those bench players come in, they need to maintain. You don't necessarily expect them to build a big lead, but they need to maintain.
What is Ben Morello doing with his hair tonight? He's got the cornrows, and you probably wouldn't even recognize him on the far side of the court. Would you do that?
Well, first of all, my mother would not let me have my hair that long, and I was a 70s child, so I desperately wanted it that long, but she wouldn't let me. I'm still stunned with that look right now. I need to think about that before I comment.
Hey, if the Reddies win, he's probably going to have to keep it. Henderson State facing the best defensive team in the conference. The Storm allow just 68.4 points per game. We'll take one final break, and when we return, we'll have our starting lineups presented by the Southern Bancorp after this. You're listening to the Domino's pregame show right here on the Henderson State Sports Network. It's time for our Southern Bancorp starting lineups as we welcome you back to the Duke Wells Center. Robbie Aaron and Grady Bean here with you. As a bank on a mission, Southern Bancorp is fully committed to creating economic opportunities in rural and underserved communities to build communities and change lives. Find out info by logging on to banksouthern.com or visit either of the 2 locations in Arkadelphia. First for the visiting Southeastern Oklahoma State Savage Storm, home of Dennis Rodman back in the day.
Absolutely.
Have his name right there on the wall in their building. They're 8-11 4-11 this year and 4-9 in conference play, coming off of 2 crushing losses to UAM and Southern Arkansas. Kelly Green is in his 5th season at the helm, and they have one of the best point guards in the league in Jet Job. Job has started all 20 games this year. He's averaging over 5 assists per game, which is second in the conference, and he's a 6'3" sophomore from Tuttle, Oklahoma. Anton Cook, the senior, leads the team in scoring. He's a 6'2" senior from Birmingham, Alabama, averaging 21 points a game over his last 4, so look out for Anton Cook. Kevin Buckingham is the three-point specialist. He's attempted 95 threes this year, the freshman from Keller, Texas. Nathan Jackson, a senior from Wichita, Kansas, stands at 6'5", and the big man inside, Tyler Lonzie, a 6'6" senior, leading the team in rebounding and blocks with 7.6 rebounds per game and 20 blocks total on the season. Kelly Green's assistants are Ryan Quinn and Trevor Jackson, and in the absence of Chris Hawkins, Jimmy Elgis, who's in his 2nd season at the helm, will have to change things up again with his starting lineup for Henderson State, a team that's 12-7 overall and 7-6 in conference play, having dropped 4 of their last 5 games. The starting point guard will be Eric Daly, a sophomore from Little Rock, who stands at 5'11". Kevin Kozan, the shooting guard, a 6-foot-tall senior from New Lenox, Illinois, needs one more 3 to become the tied for 2nd all-time in the GAC in three-pointers made, with former Harding University player Jacob Gibson. Ben Morello and Matt Panaggio, the cousins, will be the forwards, 6'7" and 6'4", respectively, both from Florida. And Brad Nairn will replace Chris Hawkins in the starting lineup tonight. He's a 6'6" junior from Nassau in the Bahamas. The assistant coaches for Henderson State are Amaro Morgan, Andre Hall, and Kendrick Smith.
You know, let me say this about Southeast Oklahoma. I've known Kelly Green for years and years, and he's an excellent coach. You know, so they're going to be a tough game. Knew his dad Cletus, who was a kind of a legendary guy in Oklahoma, and one of the first guys I ever met when I started coaching in the early 80s was Cletus Green. He was coaching at NEO Junior College.
Got an untimely ejection in the game, the first meeting between these two teams this year, that led to some free throws that put Henderson State on top. So we'll see if he can contain his enthusiasm a little bit better here today.
Kelly is intense, for sure.
Referees today, Robert Burris is our crew chief. He'll be joined by Shea Hamilton and Tommy Kraft. It's a red outfit, Henderson State wearing the home whites with red numbers. Blue jerseys for the Savage Storm, Southeastern Oklahoma State on the front with yellow numbers outlined in white. Great crowd on hand tonight. Students back in action.
Absolutely.
Full student section behind us.
You know, I think Coach Elgis is he's putting the kind of program on the floor. We haven't got where we want to wins yet, but the kind of program that people like to connect to. You know, got good kids out here.
Brad Nairn going up against Tyler Lonzie. It's Nairn with the win, and Henderson State controls the basketball. Here we go. Eric Daly, the point guard, will be guarded by Anton Cook. Passes to his left for Kozan. Now at the top for Nairn. Swung around right side for Daly. Daly to the top for Panaggio. Shot fake per the usual. Looking inside, doesn't have anything. Instead, it's Kozan left side corner. Hand in his face, swings it back up top. Good ball movement, but nothing inside yet. Stepping out, Morello fires a 3. It's short, and the weak side rebound is brought down by Nathan Jackson. Quick push, Job up the right side to Buckingham, all the way to the bucket, kicks it out left side, and on his sideline, Anton Cook had his left foot.
Yeah, and, you know, initially we're going to see a great matchup here between two of the better young players in the league. Ben Morello, a sophomore for us, and then the Buckingham kid, who is probably going to be freshman of the year in the league. So they're both 6'5", 6'6" range, both versatile. It should be a great matchup to watch.
Still can't get over Ben Morello's hair.
Yeah, well, you know, I guess if people are watching on the web, they can see it. On the radio, it's hard to describe.
And he's got cornrows as Kevin Kozan fires a 3 a little bit strong. And the rebound is tipped out of bounds by Brad Nairn. So Henderson State 0 for 2 on its first 2 3-point attempts.
Well, Robbie, you know, there we go again. A great open look. He's not getting that wrist down. He's not getting good follow-through with his shot. That's why it flew off the back of the rim.
Kozan with such a good shot just needs to not think sometimes.
Absolutely.
Ball on the left side wing. Buckingham has it, being guarded by Morello. Gets it inside, but it's knocked away by Nairn right into the lap of Panaggio, who looks to push. Good defense by the Bohemian. Ball on the left side wing now. Penetration for Kozan. Kicks it out. Wide open 3. Eric Daly. No good strong, and he gets his own rebound. Jostled forward, and he can't save it for going out of bounds. So good hustle, but Henderson Stayed 0 for 3 to start the game.
Yeah, but, you know, I like that break. We got organized on the break, flared on the lanes perfectly, and got a wide open 3.
And none of the 3 shots were really that errant.
No, absolutely not.
Jet Job, the sophomore from Tuttle, Oklahoma, played 49 minutes on Saturday. He hands it off for Tyler Lonzie, who was held off the board against Henderson State first time around, and he misses his first shot, but the offensive rebound is brought down, but then stolen away by Matt Panaggio. So here come the Reddies with Kevin Kozan up the right side of the court. He dribbles down, kicks it out right side. It's deflected out of bounds. It's Reddy basketball. Good defense so far for Henderson State.
Yeah, absolutely. And Southeast has not been real patient so far, which is good for us.
Henderson State didn't score in the first segment of the game on Saturday.
We need to get off to a good start here.
Daly to Morello, corner three. In and out, and a rebound for Lonzi. All 4 shots for the Reddies so far have been from downtown. Cook pops a 3. No, he had his foot on the baseline. It's a 2, and it's 2-0 as he knocks it down 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, you got to pick him up. You know he's going to do that.
Averaging 16 points per game and 21 over his last 4. Ball to the right side wing for Daly. Lonzi really the only big interior threat for this team unless you want to go deep on the bench to the 7'2" Ander Perez. Kevin Kozan from the free throw line swishes one home.
Yeah, nice look. And we got something in the paint, which we needed to do.
Barely.
Yes.
2-2 the score, 17:38 on the clock. Job on the right side being guarded by his fellow point guard Daly. Cook at the top, swings to the left side. Jackson with Morello on him. That's a good matchup right there.
Sure is, yeah.
Coming off of the screen, Cook thought about the shot, takes it to the hole, misses the layup. Lonzi, the offensive rebound, is fouled going up, and he'll have 2 free throws coming. They're going to get Brad Nairn on the foul. Tyler from Duncanville, Texas, a 62% free throw shooter this year.
Southeast Oklahoma has good size across the board. You know, their guards are both 6'3", 6'2", 6'3", so they present a size problem on the offensive glass.
And 2 players who usually don't get a lot of time, Jose Libiano and Ander Perez, 6'9" and 7'2".
Absolutely, so they can. They've got size off the bench also.
Rattled home the first free throw. It's 3-2 Southeastern. Coming off the bench, Bobby Johnson, the redshirt freshman from Oklahoma. There's something to be said, though, if you're 7'2" on a Division II basketball team and not playing much.
Absolutely.
Second free throw good as well.
He looks good. He looks good going through the airport.
It looks, yep, credibility, instant visual credibility.
That's right.
Probably doesn't feel good sitting on that plane, though.
Absolutely not. I'm sure they don't fly first class.
That's true. As Brad Nairn frees himself on a pretty feed from the right side corner. Ben Morello to Brad Nairn, and the Reddies tie the game 4-4. Johnson out to the left corner, a 3 for Cook is short off the front rim. Panaggio has the rebound. He's looking to push down the court. Brings it up himself. Crossover dribble, hands it off for his cousin. Shot fake, pass to the right corner, back to Panaggio from Kozan. Eric Daly at the top, looking to his right. Gives it to Panaggio in the corner. Right hash jumper, short. Good offensive rebound for Brad Nairn. Gets to the hole, has a shot partially deflected, loses possession, and Cook comes away with it. And he quickly outlets it to Johnson into the paint, goes up with it wildly, and the rebound brought down by Matt Panaggio, already his 3rd rebound. Quick outlet, right side wing. Morello, crossover, right hash, back to Panaggio, takes the 3. Air ball. That was only his 2nd 3-point attempt of the year, and that's why.
Yeah, he just kind of got caught up in the flow of the game. As we've mentioned several times, you know, and Matt does a pretty good job of this. This is not normally a problem for him, but every player has to know their limitations. 15 feet is his limit, okay? Because of his hitch and his shot, he struggles outside that range.
But put it this way, if he takes that shot, it makes his shot fake that much more credible.
Absolutely. Well, I guess so, yeah.
They wouldn't buy it if he didn't take the shots, as Kevin Kozan picks up a foul on the perimeter. He bumped Anton Cook.
Well, they got disagree with that. He's going to have to make one.
Exactly. That's what really gives him the credibility.
You know, we saw the last 2 possessions. You saw Ben Morello's versatility. He made a great pass down there, and his length got out and challenged the 3-pointer and made the guy miss.
4-4, 16 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock. Anton Cook on the right side wing. Got the auxiliary shot clocks in use tonight because of that one on top of the scoreboard on the right side.
I see.
Ball to the top of the key. Job to his right for Cook, who hoists a 3. And he knocks it down, 7-4, Savage Storm.
You know, scouting report, Kevin has let that happen twice. You cannot, he's one of the hottest scorers in the league. You've got to get up in his grill.
Eric Daly over at the top, looking for options. Kalon tapping into the game for the first time. Does get it to tap. Shot fake. Long 2. No good. And a good box out by James Donlin, the sophomore from Durant, Oklahoma. Quick outlet for Jet Job. Step back to Donlin. Over to the left side. Big team in right now for the visitors.
Yeah, coach is going to his bench early tonight.
There's Idrunas Yergudis and Kyle Murphy to come off the bench. 7-4. Henderson State trailing with 15-14 to go. Job with 10 to shoot, dribbling out about 5 feet behind the arc. Picks up his dribble, gets it down low to a wide-open Donlin, misses the easy bunny, and a good job by Mokhtar Dieng to come crash the boards. Again, no Chris Hawkins. Ball on the left side, Kalon Tappan gets a screen from Dieng, dribbles behind his back, left side wing, takes it to the left hash, now kicks it out. Morello to the right hash, uses his arm to shove off the defender and knocks down a jumper.
I'll tell you what, he continues to impress. You can just see him growing leaps and bounds every basketball game. That showed us something else. Put it on the floor and pull up.
And a blocking foul on Kalon Tappan will take us to our first media timeout. It will be a baseline inbounds for Southeastern Oklahoma State with 14:36 to go in the first half. 7-6. It's the Savage Storm on top. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back to Arkadelphia. Robbie Aaron Grady being with you as we look across the court. We see our good friends David Sally and Hunter Lively doing a wonderful job as always. Our sports information department and Troy Mitchell to our left. So a big thank you for all that they do.
Legendary Troy Mitchell.
Award-winning,
a legendary Troy Mitchell.
Back here at the Duke Wells Center on Coach Dyer's court.
Yeah, Coach Don Dyer.
14:36 to go in the first half. Jet Job will inbound the ball with a fresh shot clock. Looking for options. Henderson State with Yurgudis and Murphy in the game, a much smaller team than the opposition. Job with a steal by Kalon Tappan. Good quick reflexes, able to reel in that potential pass, and then a bad pass as he and Ben Morello were on the wrong coordinates there.
Yeah, the coach is, he's got a very, interesting lineup in here. He's got basically 3 or 4 guys that don't play a lot of minutes.
And I would say, very healthy guess that these 5 have never played a game at the same time before.
No.
As Idrunas Yurgudis is going to be called for the foul on Gianpaolo Riccio.
And obviously, coach is thinking the same thing you mentioned in the pregame. Southeast has played a lot of minutes, their players. And if we can get this group in here and they can give us, just 2 or 3 good, hard minutes and maybe a payoff later in the game.
Riccio from Monteforte in Italy. Ball at the top of the key. Johnson to Riccio. Double team, pulls it out. Good job getting that to Buckingham. Good defense from Mokhtar Dieng. And a steal by Kalon Tappan. Clear path to the basket. Man behind him, a foul. And it looked like his arms reached around him. And
I can't believe they didn't call that intentional.
He grabbed him with a full...
Sure did.
Double arm grab. Tappan will have at least 2 free throws here. And yeah, they do not call it more than... it was clearly intentional, but...
That's kind of unbelievable. And the fact is, there are 2 referees down there, and neither one of them even made even a close to an intentional call. So evidently, maybe we didn't see it all.
Tappan 5th in the conference in free throws.
The legendary Troy Mitchell said that was intentional, so I'm going to have to go with that.
Tappan misses the first. He's 83% on the year as Dieng sits down. Ben Morello comes back in. Speaking of Ben Morello, Coach, are you familiar with the band Counting Crows?
Yes, absolutely. I saw them in Seattle one time.
Adam Durst, the lead singer with a similar hairdo as Morello.
That's true.
Tappan misses both free throws as the rebound is brought down by Dino Mominovic. So some extended bench time here for Kelly Green's club. 7-6. Henderson State trails 6 minutes and 10 seconds into the game. Anton Cook, the leading scorer on the team, penetrates into the paint, floats one up, and puts it down from straight on and about 5 feet out.
Well, he's tough. I mean, you almost have to send someone, make him give up the basketball. I don't think we can handle him one-on-one.
Ball at the top for Idrunas Yurgudis. Really not the same player he was last year after an ankle injury to start the season. Tappan able to dribble through traffic after being tied up. A play on of sorts as Morello has it at the top of the key with 10 on the shot clock. He gets to the hole, explodes, can't get the shot to fall. He's fouled, but that would have been such a pretty end one opportunity.
Nice move. I don't know how that kept from going in. It's kind of slid off his hand a little bit there at the end. You know, Robbie, speaking of not the same player he was, I mean, we desperately need to get Kalen Tappan untracked. Okay, I mean, he is really struggling. You can just see it in his body language out there. He doesn't really know what he wants to do.
First free throw good. I'm glad you said that. He had an 18-point game back against University of Arkansas Monticello on the 14th of January. In 5 games since then, he has scored 0, 12, 2, 12, and 4, averaging 6 points per game.
Yes, and like I said, he doesn't look comfortable. He doesn't look sure of what he wants to do. You know, his jumper doesn't look good. He's just a little bit off track right now.
Coach Elgis standing up for him, saying that after battling the hand injury last year, this year he's got a rotator cuff injury that they've been giving him rest for. As Anton Cook misses a wide open layup underneath, but the offensive rebound for Tyler Lonzi is put back. So just like that, it's 11-8. Henderson State trailing by 3, 7 minutes into the game, but Tappan not 100%, but trying to play through this. Murphy fires a 3 off of a screen. His shot's no good. Fight for the board. Brad Nairn has it, puts it up, puts it down at a foul. That is just sheer determination from Brad Nairn, taking the ball from the opposition and then putting it in with a foul.
Well, you know, Brad will go to the offensive glass. That's his strong point, and he's so athletic. If you do not put a butt on him, he will hurt you on the offensive glass. And right now, Southeast is not doing that. Now on the other end, Brad needs to put a butt on someone also. That's why they got the last offensive rebound. He tends to do the same thing on the other end.
So over Henderson State's last 18 games, Brad Nairn has at least 1 offensive rebound in every game except for the previous meeting between these two teams, but he gets it here tonight.
Yeah, and I only see, it's talking about the future. Brad, has another year, and I only see him getting better because he's very athletic. He just needs to learn to slow down and get within the pace of himself.
Makes the free throw, ties the game 11-11, 12:46 to go in the first half as Cook has it at the top, gets it down low for Lonzi, double teamed by Daly and Nairn, so he kicks it out left side. Job penetrates. Shot blocked, but the rebound for Lonzi, and he's fouled going up, and he has 2 free throws. But going back to Brad Nairn, I was actually chatting with Coach Jimmy Elgis today, and he said that he feels that Brad has found a really good balance of the ability to use his energy and athleticism in a positive way as opposed to just flailing all over the court.
And that's exactly, you said it better than I was saying it. That's exactly what he needs. Once he slows down and finds himself, he's going to be a really good player for us next year.
Because there's productive ways to use his God-given abilities and his energy, just like we just saw on the offensive end as Lonzi hits the free throw.
Lonzi's a very physical guy. You got to keep him off the glass. He's already got a couple offensive boards, I think, and we're not doing a great job of sticking a butt on him. He's not real good offensively, so you can gamble off him a little bit. He even has trouble creating or completing simple plays.
Second free throw good as well. He's made all 4 of his freebies. Yeah. 12 is the score. I believe it's supposed to be 13-11 I think it's 13-11.
Yes.
That's what we call home scorekeeping.
Exactly. His ball in the right side corner for Kevin Kozan. The media timeout coming up, so they'll be able to fix it. Daly inside for Nairn. Nairn has a pass deflected out of his hands by Buckingham. He's looking to push. Kevin pulls up at the top of the key with 12 minutes to go in the first half. 13-11, they do fix it, and it traveled.
Now there we saw an example of what we were talking about Brad needs to get better at. He gets in a little bit too much of a hurry. There was a good look inside, and he just tried to hustle up the shot before he got gathered and ended up causing a turnover. That will come.
13-11 Southeastern on top. Eric Daly passes it to his left for Panaggio. Nairn, Tappan, and Kozan are the 5. Tappan a shot off of a screen. Nice job from straight on, just in front of the top of the arc, and he ties the game at 13.
That's what we need to see. Don't think about it. Don't put it on the floor. Just jump up, use that elevation, and knock it down.
Jimmy Elgis wanting something on the far side from his team. Stomping his feet up and down as Johnson penetrates, kicks it out left side. Cook a 3. It's good.
Boy, you cannot lose him, Kevin Kozan. He will eat you alive.
Anton Cook with 45 3-pointers made this year. 11-18 on the clock. 16-13 Southeastern Oklahoma State. Kozan at the top. Thought about giving it to Tappan, had him if he wanted to, now does give it to him, but with now less space. Ball for Brad Narum, looking for options, gives it back to Tappan. 8 on the shot clock, 11 minutes to go in the first.
We're standing around a little bit too much, Robbie.
3 seconds to shoot. Tappan hoists a 3, no good. And the rebound for Bobby Johnson.
No, that's not the possession we want. We got a bad habit right there,
that
standing
was
around.
A forced shot because of the shot clock expiring as Tyler Lonzie frees himself on a pretty pass from Job and a timeout taken by Henderson State with a 5-point deficit.
Timeout, Henderson State.
See if they make it the media timeout or not.
I think they are.
They are still, then yes, they will go to the bench. Henderson State did not get the memo. So they are telling Henderson State, and we will step aside. 10:43 to go in the first half. 18-13 it is, Southeastern on top. .43 to go in the first half. Reddies down by 5. Speaking of Sejan Blackwell, he was the 3rd leading scorer for the Reddies on Saturday. That kind of explains the afternoon that Henderson State had.
Yeah, you just saw the problems we've been having shrunk down to one possession that last time. We just stood there and watched, ended up going one-on-one and taking a 30-footer with no ball movement or person movement.
Matt Panaggio has the ball for Henderson State. 18-13 is the score. Kevin Kozan with a shot fake, dishes it down low for Nairn, and a offensive foul as he knocked down Anton Cook. So this is what the Reddies can't afford, is the multiple possessions in a row without not even a bucket but a shot attempt. And those are the runs that we were talking about that kind of take them out of games.
And some of that comes with, Coach likes to play a lot of players, okay? And that can be an advantage. It can also be a disadvantage with your flow, okay? And right now we're still young, and, we get so many different combinations in here that sometimes we just go flat offensively.
Jet Job has the ball for Southeastern Oklahoma State all the way to the bucket. His shot partially deflected by Morello, but he gets his own rebound, kicks it out. Buckingham a 3, knocks it down, and Kevin Buckingham so good from downtown. And it's an 8-point game midway through the first quarter. Henderson State with Matt Panaggio on the right side wing. Shot fake, gets Lonzie to jump all the way to the bucket. His layup no good. And Morello, who crashed the board, had his rebound attempt deflected, but then a steal from Kevin Kozan on a pass attempt from Cook. So Kozan kicks it out right side. Tappan all the way to the bucket. Wild layup, but an offensive rebound and a blocking foul on the floor by Cook. That was a wild sequence, but Henderson State has the ball down by 8.
It sure was. I'm trying to remember what all happened in that sequence, but Tappan got a little off balance there. I guess the foul was on Cook, correct?
That's what they were pointing at him when they called it. Tyler Williams coming into the game for the first time for Panaggio is Williams, Morello, Kozan, Tappan, and Murphy the inbounder. Nathan Jackson will check back in, replacing Bobby Johnson.
Now you see what Kelly Green is doing. He knew this might happen. So we played so many players. So every time we get deep in our bench, he's substituting getting deep into his because he feels like his bench can play with our bench.
And his bench is about 9 inches taller than the Henderson State bench. Ball on the right side wing for Tappan, looking inside. Morello is wide open in the right side baseline. Kyle Murphy back to Kozan. He launches a 3. Knocks it down. Henderson State needed that, and with that, Kevin Kozan is tied for the second most three-pointers all time in the GAC.
And when they go to the 3-2 zone like that against this lineup, it's kind of advantage of ours.
231 threes for Kevin Kozan, and a foul on Henderson State will send Cook to the line for 2.
Yeah. you want to give guys, especially young guys, you want to give them time and let them get some playing time. But it hurts you in situations like that. Cook was obviously off balance. He was going to throw up a wild shot, and Tyler Williams should not have fouled him down low that time and bail him out with that. But, he will learn that in time.
Cook's still shaken up as they mop up some residue from the floor, or perspiration. Were you a sweater back in your playing days?
I would not quantify me as a sweater.
You're wearing one tonight, though, as a free throw is good.
Absolutely.
I like that. That's nice.
It's my Bobby Knight look.
Cashmere.
Remember when Bobby Knight used to wear the sweaters, red sweater?
Of course. You should have bought a Bobby Knight sweater for tonight, so that way you could have joined the Red Out.
Absolutely. I did not know it was Red Out until I was coming here and heard it on the radio. I would have.
Second free throw good for Cook, back up to an 7-point advantage, 23-16, 9:19 to go as Kozan brings the ball up. Murphy at the right hash, hands it off Murphy at the left hash. Tapping on the right side wing, finds Kozan coming off a screen, the three, no good, hits the front rim, and Cook has the rebound. Cook's so quick and so athletic, and a beautiful pass down low from the point guard, Jet Job, to Buckingham, who finishes off the right side glass.
Nice cut by Buckingham. Morello kind of turned his head that time and got lost on the cut.
9-point game. Just like that, 25-16. Ben Morello has not, and an offensive foul on Tyler Williams. Ben Morello has not been in the offensive sequence over the last 3 or 4 minutes, and look how the game's kind of spiraled.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to get in the flow. We're subbing so much here, and we got a lot of young guys in here. It's just it's going to be tough to score, I think.
25-16, Henderson State. Just one of their last 5 and 2 of their last 11 from the field. 8:36 to go in the first half. Jackson at the top of the key looking for anything and passes to his right for Job. Jet to his left, Jackson through his legs over in the left side corner. Over the left wing now for Buckingham. Finding Cook at the top with 7 to shoot. He fires a 3 and hits.
You cannot let him have that. I just don't understand what Kevin Kozan is doing. You have to make him put it on the floor. He will drill it right in your face.
28-16, and it looks like Jimmy August is going to take a timeout. Henderson State timeout with 8:07 to go in the first half. 28-16. Reddies now trail. 7-0 run for Southeastern Oklahoma State in the scheme of a larger run as well. It's going to be a full timeout, so we'll step aside, I believe.
No, it's 30 seconds. Yeah.
They're sitting down on the left. We're standing up on the right. So they are going to extend it to a full timeout, and we'll be back. 12-point game right after this. Henderson State all of a sudden down by 12 with 8:07 remaining in the first half. It's a 7-0 run for the Savage Storm, and the Reddies being held to just 30% from the field. Rob Aaron Grady being with you. And the next 8 minutes are crucial for Henderson State.
Yeah, absolutely. We're struggling offensively. We need to get something going.
Dieng, Tappan, Daly, Kozan, and Franklin into the game. DJ, the freshman from Monticello. Kevin Kozan, a mid-range jumper from the right baseline, no good. Rebound for James Donlin, and here comes the Storm. Ball down low to the baseline, pretty free, good ball movement, layup no good, and Jiang knocks it out of bounds. So Henderson State very inexperienced, and a lot of times that's showing.
Yeah, we're offensive end. We're just standing around waiting on Kevin Kozan to go one-on-one, and if Kevin Kozan, if you depend on him to go one-on-one, you're not going to win a lot of games. That's not his game. So, we've got to get a team effort here.
Ball will be inbounded to Donlin. Does get it in. Good defense for Jiang. Got to avoid that exterior foul, though, and he does barely.
Yeah, he's got good feet for a man his size. You know, he's just a freshman. He's going to be a force defensively, I think, as he gets older.
Jiang cuts off Cook. Great defense, but they leave Job wide open. His three is good from the left side corner, and it's a 15-point game in the first half.
Yeah, when you know, and that's one of the problems we've had defensively is we might defend the ball pretty decent and help, and then you got to rotate everywhere else, and we're just kind of standing and watching.
31-16 the score. Henderson State led this game by 4 after the second media timeout. 6:59 to go. Ball on the left side. A three for Tappan is no good. DJ Franklin, the offensive board, and the putback. Nice job by DJ Franklin.
Yeah, it's good to see DJ get a positive thing going here. He needs some positive things to happen to him as a freshman.
Jet Job. Henderson State now needs a stop. They're seeing the opposition shooting 53% from the field. Jackson on the right side wing. They're still the best defensive team in the league in terms of points allowed per game, and an offensive foul and an illegal screen from Donlin.
Yeah, you know, and things like that, Robbie. You know, I wouldn't say they're the best defense team in the league. They're also the lowest scoring team in the league, so their pace keeps it down a lot. You always like to look at field goal percentage defense as maybe, who's the best defensive team in the league.
Who would you say is the best defensive team, having seen not every team so far this year? Probably. I know that Monticello has greatly improved from last year defensively.
Absolutely. I don't know if you've seen him, but East Central, and I still contend that East Central is going to win the league when it's all said and done.
I did see East Central back in early December. I think it was the 1st of December.
Yeah, which they weren't the same team, evidently, as they are now. But
DJ Franklin, crossover, gets to the bucket. Wild shot, too strong. Offensive rebound for Panaggio, who was upended by Anton Cook. That's his second foul and the 6th on the team with 6:08 to go in the first half. So a much better sequence, even though it still ended up in a one-on-one for Franklin, but Henderson State productive, down by 13 with 6:08 to go.
Well, DJ was a recruit that we felt really good about getting. He was a very excellent high school player. He's got good size, a good athlete. So, I mean, he's taking a little longer to come into himself, but you hope for the future that he's going to continue to improve. It's good to see him with a little confidence that he will take it to the hole like that.
Zydrunas Jurgutis back into the game. They'll inbound the ball for Matt Panaggio. Panaggio is being chased by Johnson. Swung around to Murphy, left side wing. Kyle will pull it back up top, looking to his right for Jurgutis. Doesn't give it to him, but now gets the ball back, takes a three off right side. Offensive rebound, Ben Morello to Franklin right under the basket. Kicks it out left side. Murphy another three. No good. Ball tipped from Panaggio to Morello, the cousin connection, and the shot by Morello is blocked. And here comes Southeastern Oklahoma State with Bobby Johnson on the right side wing. To the free throw line, working on Jurgutis, spin move shot, good. Henderson State 1 of 11 from downtown, which translates to 2 points on the other end. It's a 15-point game, 33-18.
Yeah, we have, and we just may not be a good shooting team. We have sunk almost to the bottom of the league in three-point shooting. There's a guy that can hit one.
Jurgutis can't, though. As the ball is knocked out of bounds, it will be Henderson State basketball with 5:17 to go in the first half. 33-18 is the score.
But, once again, as a team, knowing your limitations, we're not that great a three-point shooting team, yet we've taken about 5 in a row here, like everybody thinks we can shoot them.
Ball is in for Kalon Tappan. Over to Jurgutis, back to Tappan, left side wing, over to Murphy, right side, swung around to Jurgutis, and the ball goes out of bounds, touched by one of the blue jerseys. I think that was Kyle Roberts, number 22 over there. Roberts, a junior from Arkansas.
Now, they're going to stay in the 3-2 zone, or they're back to 2-3 now.
Until Henderson State hits a three.
Yeah, so we ought to get a good three here.
Jurgutis bounce pass into the paint, turn around for Panaggio, and he hits. So that's all it is when you have the zone, is just finding the holes.
The old spots, and that's Matt Panaggio's shot. That's the only shots he should take, 10 to 12 feet.
Good help defense by Zydrunas Jurgutis, and he was able to come and contest the 6'6" Lonzy, make him miss the layup, and then was fouled in sequence. So Jurgutis will have a 1-and-1 opportunities. He just 2 of 3 from the line this year.
And puts us in a 1-1, which is great. You know, that's the thing we were talking about Lonzie earlier. You know, if you rotate properly, you know, he doesn't finish well inside. So if you give him just a little bit of hindrance in there, even with a guard, it may cause him to miss.
Very tough loss for the Henderson State ladies team with a 12-point lead 2.5 minutes into the third quarter.
I was listening to that.
Yeah, it happened so quickly, too. As the free throw is good. They're going to give Panaggio credit for the free throw attempt, so he'll stay at the line and get a second. Yeah, and it was a mixture of the Reddies not hitting shots, and then all of a sudden Wallace and obviously Olivia Potter, everyone coming to life offensively for the road team. So we'll chat with Joe Thomas about that, but not an easy loss for the Reddies.
Show a little full court press here. We haven't really done that this year. A little 1-2-2 full court press.
33-22 the score. Henderson State with Job trying to get around the defense, does so. Kicks it out left side, wide open 3 Johnson, and it's no good. So Henderson State with another stop, down by 11. Matt Panaggio pushing, dribbling through traffic, kicks it out. Franklin the 3. It's good. DJ Franklin from the right corner, and it's all of a sudden just an 8-point game with 4:26 to go, and a timeout taken by Kelly Green. DJ has not been good from downtown this year, but that was a huge 3 for him and for the team.
Yeah, and he's capable certainly of doing that. As we said, I think he's going to be a good player as he goes on. He needs confidence. Confidence is everything for a young kid. Now he's converted a couple of plays, and you can just see the bounce in the steps going a little bit.
Looks like they're going to extend it to a full timeout, so the teams will sit down, but we'll stay right here. We haven't had a chance to chat about individual stats thus far. Very similar to Saturday, really no one running away offensively for Henderson State. The leading scorer is 3 players tied with 5, Franklin, Kozan, and Naren for Henderson State. Panaggio leading the team with 6 rebounds and 2 assists. On the other side, it's been all Anton Cook. He has 15 points on 5 of 8 shooting with 3 of 4 from downtown. The leading rebounder is Tyler Lonzie, who has 8 points and 4 boards in 10 minutes. As a team, Henderson State needed that 3. They were just 1 for 12 to start the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to look at us, and as we progress and learn as a team, you know, we're not what you would call a 3-point shooting team, so we need to be very selective of what we do. You know, I want to mention a player here talking about individuals, Matt Panaggio. You know, Matt you know, and I don't mean this negative towards Matt, you know, to win a conference championship, Matt's probably not a starter, okay? He's not the level of player you need as a starter, but he gives you a great thing off the bench. You know, he's very consistent with what he does. He's going to go to the offensive glass. He's going to go to the defensive glass. He's going to, you know, he's going to shot fake. He's going to get in the paint and pass the ball well. So, you know, you can win championships with a guy like him coming off the bench, and he gives you a really solid presence.
Ball down low, an offensive foul taken by Kevin Kozan, getting it from Kyle Roberts, who's played all 19 games off the bench. So Henderson State on a mini run right now, 7-0 to be exact, with the basketball, 4:14 on the clock, 33-25, and hey, there's something to be said for that role player who you know what you're going to get every night. Look at what Glenn Rice did with his career.
Yeah, you have to have guys like that. That's my point. I mean,
it's almost nice for a coach to know what you're going to get instead of a guy who could score 30 one night and have 6 the other.
Absolutely, yeah.
Panaggio with the ball at the top, shot fake, gets Buckingham the jump, gives it to Franklin off the right side, another 3, puts it down! DJ Franklin with a second 3, and all of a sudden it's a 5-point game. 33-28, here come the Reddies. Looking for another big defensive stop. Franklin on the floor fighting for the basketball, and it is safe to Southeastern as Bobby Johnson has it. Pass deflected, stolen away by Morello. Henderson State charging up the floor. Morello at the free throw line to the bucket, dishes it off. Blocking foul. That was a long wait. As there was a pile-up. That was the accident that you were talking about, Coach. Yeah, it's going to be on Kyle Roberts. How about that for an offensive foul on Roberts, and then takes what looked like a charge and then gets called for the defensive foul.
It definitely was a charge, but I think he was inside the circle is the reason they called it the other way. You know, Ben Morello, Ben needs to pull up and take that little 8-foot jumper.
And if he continues to have pile-ups like that, his cornrows are going to be totally unraveled by the end of the night as he limps to the free throw line.
Yeah, that's, you know, he needs to make a little better decision on that because he's very good at pulling up and hitting the 6-8 foot jumper, and that's what they gave him, and he tried to get all the way to the hole.
And I just read Ben's lips. He said my back, and that's what he either said my back or my bad.
Well,
but it looks like it's his back because you remember he missed 3 games with that back injury back in the early part of January.
Yeah, he's really kind of shaking it off here.
First free throw is good for Morello, who's able to overcome the pain. Ben with 6 points now.
You know, part of Coach's plan is, and it may not, sometimes it doesn't look good in the moment, but part of his plan as you move towards a year is being really deep by the time you get to the tournament. That means playing a lot of guys. So it's good to see. This is a group that we haven't really seen much together. DJ and Zagrudas and this bunch, it's getting to play, and they're making some progress.
Panaggio, Morello, Kozan, the other 3 on the floor. Made both free throws, did Ben Morello. It's 33-30. Ball on the left side now, top of the key. Jackson over to Job at the top, being guarded by Zagrudas. To Johnson for 3. Puts it down, Bobby Johnson. That was a big dagger into what was a 12-0 run for Henderson State. Ben Morello trying to get to the bucket, and a foul. No, they're going to call an offensive foul on Morello. A little hook.
Well, that's not a good call. I'm gonna tell you, that official was behind that play. And
Robert Burris.
He got his elbow around, but he definitely did not extend the hand and hook. It just looked that way coming from that direction.
It's 36-30. Henderson State trailing by 6. Has trailed by as many as 16 here in the first half.
Now, someone on the defensive end, an assistant coach, has got to get Kevin Kozan over there and say, if you let another guy shoot a 3 in your face, you're going to come over and set by me. He's given up about 6 this game so far.
And an offensive foul and an illegal screen. It's going to go against Nathan Jackson, number 24.
Well, you have to be still when you set those pitches.
And they've been cracking down on that.
Yeah. This lineup. One thing I wanted to mention, Ben Morello. He just went out of the game, but he's one of the reasons you're able to play with that lineup, because all of a sudden now he's guarding the post. He can guard a small forward, he can guard a big forward, he can fill in and guard the post, and it allows you to play a lineup like this.
The Cousins are versatile for sure.
Yep.
Kaylon Tappan receiving the pass, puts up a jumper, and knocks it down from the left hash. He had to readjust midair, fumbled that pass, but he cuts it to a 4-point game with 2:38 to go.
And there you go. Just don't think, just explode up and shoot it. That's what he needs to be doing.
And even if it ends the half on a 4-point game, at least you're in the game compared to where you were about 7 minutes ago.
Absolutely. Almost had a steal there.
Ball down to the bucket, shot blocked by DJ Franklin right into the hands of Kozan. Here comes Henderson State, pretty behind the back dribble from Kozan. Zagrudas shovels to his left, shot fake for Tappan, plants to the bucket, off the glass, shot no good. And the rebound tipped up in the air and tipped out to Kevin Kozan. And Henderson State will reset with 120 seconds remaining in this first half. That was a really good deflection by Tappan and then a volleyball spike out from Franklin.
Yeah, absolutely. And great defensive play down there by Franklin. 6'5" coming in there and reject the shot. That shows his versatility.
1:49 to go. Zagrudas on the left side wing to Tappan at the top. Dribbles down towards the bucket. Contact, puts it up, and the ball gets stuck between the rim and the backboard.
Oh!
It was tipped in by Mokhtar Dieng, but there should be 2 free throws here for Kaylon Tappan, and that is what they will call. Panaggio and Franklin will come back into the game.
Now, let's go to the other side of this. You can see Tappan's made a couple of jumpers. He's getting a little confidence back. That's what we don't want to see him do, is go in there and reduce his athletic ability by double clutching the basketball and just explode over people and try to dunk it or take it to the rack and make them foul you.
And with that, I noticed there were a couple of open players on the outside as well, which is what his thriving ability to drive to the basket does. It opens up looks, and hopefully that continues for Henderson State as well. First free throw was good. Here comes the second for KT, and it's good as well. It's a 2-point game, the closest it's been since about the 14-minute mark in the first half, and the ball is thrown out of bounds. Zagrudas with a full court pressure.
Yeah.
Z with the D.
Yeah, Z with a D. Nice job by Zagrudas, by the way.
Oh, they're going to say nice job with that for me.
Yeah, that was a nice job.
1:44 to go in the first half. Henderson State can tie or take the lead with a bucket.
Z not known for his D.
No,
so
Z known for the 3.
Yeah, that's a good job.
Ball on the left side wing for Matt P. Here comes Z. Crossover dribble at the top of the key. Ball on the right side wing for Panaggio. Down low.
Nice.
Mokhtar Dieng, one dribble. Puts it in and a foul. Henderson State has tied the game down by 16 8 minutes ago. It's an 18-3 run for Henderson State.
Absolutely. And you've done it with a lineup that hasn't been on the floor very well. Nice finish by Mokhtar that time. I mean, left-handed.
Nice. That was tough.
Yeah, left-handed. Got it down low, and they muscled him, and he just got it up. And great pass by Panaggio. Good feed.
Dino Mominovic comes back into the game. So right now, a very quirky lineup. You also have Gianpaolo Riccio.
Yes. So how many nationalities do we have on the floor for South
That's a great question. You have a Spaniard, an Italian, and Mominovic, I believe. I will look it up.
Yeah, and then what country is Oklahoma in? That's several of those guys.
Jiang misses a free throw, so we're tied at 36 apiece with 90 seconds to go in the first half. Ball on the left side wing.
He has the Italian look, too, no question.
Job to the three-point shooter. Buckingham launches way off left side rim, and Kozan has the rebound. Henderson State, without Lonzy in the game, limiting the offensive rebounds for Southeastern. Offense going through Yergudis right now.
Coach going to run a play here.
Yergudis to the top for Panaggio. 10 to shoot, minute to go in the quarter, or in the half, I should say. Loses the ball, and it's stolen away by Buckingham.
Not a good play by Matt. I don't know where he was headed with that one.
Buckingham to Riccio. Shot clock to 19. Riccio dribbling out. On the right side, it's Job, the point guard. There's left a three from Mominovic. No good, strong, and a rebound for Yergudis. Great board with this 6'9" player crashing in on him.
Nice move.
Tappan all the way to the bucket, gets fouled. Land on his knees awkwardly. I hope he's okay. He's on the floor and will be helped up. I think he is all right. Yeah, Mominovic, I will give you as many guesses as you want. I bet you will not guess his native country.
So it's 42?
Yeah, it begins with a B, and his name is
He's from Bosnia.
He is from Bosnia. Good job.
Yeah, I spent a little time in Bosnia. Tried to recruit. I couldn't get him to come back with me. I wonder how they do it in Oklahoma.
First free throw for Tappan is good, and the Reddies have taken the lead on a variety of different runs right now. 37-36 Henderson State with 28.7 seconds to go, and another free throw for Tappan.
Troy just pointed out to me that Coach Kelly Green was on his phone that time. What do you think? Who do you think he's talking to?
Was he actually?
Yeah, he was actually on his phone.
Seeing if he can, maybe it was a long distance call to Bosnia to get more Mominoviches.
Absolutely.
38-36.
Maybe his parents calling to see how he was doing.
The sun rising over there this time of day. 14 seconds to go in the half. Shot clock turned off. Job top of the key. Looking inside, doesn't have anything. Passes to his left. Jackson down to the bucket. Reverse layup is good.
Nice move.
2 seconds to go. 1 second to go. Zero. Full court shot actually goes between the rim and the backboard. And that was a lot closer than anyone thought it could be. And, 20 minutes to go. Whoever scores more points will win the game. We're all knotted up. 38-38. We'll have head coach Joe Thomas joining us with a look back at what was the ladies' loss in game one of this doubleheader. We're all tied up 38-38 at the half. You're listening to Henderson State men's basketball right here on the Reddies Radio Network. halftime here as the Henderson State men tied up with Southeastern Oklahoma State 38 apiece after trailing by 15 in the first half. In game one of the doubleheader, the Henderson State ladies fell 81-65. It was a game that took a sudden turn in the third quarter. We're joined by head coach Joe Thomas. Coach, thanks for joining us. A really, really crazy wall that the team seemed to hit with 2 minutes and 30 seconds eclipsed in the third quarter. The team was up by 12, then all of a sudden Southeastern Oklahoma State went on a run. What did you notice?
I noticed not only did we get hit by a wall, I think the wall actually ripped right through us. I'm not sure on this one. This one's tough. I guess that's our job tonight, is to go watch that game again and try and figure out exactly what happened. But it's a frustrating one. There's no question to lead most of the game again and then just kind of completely die and stop fighting. That's one thing we've been proud about with this team throughout is we haven't won a lot and we've been in a lot of games, but today for the first time this season I thought we just stopped trying.
Yeah, up by 12, 7 minutes and 33 seconds to go. It seemed like a mix of some of the shots not falling, a lot of threes. Haley has to struggle from the three-point range today. And then on the other side, virtually every player, Walters, Potter, they all caught fire with some ridiculous shots.
Well, I also think that goes to mentality, and that's something we've been trying to teach this group from day one, which, we haven't got through to them yet. We missed our shots because we felt sorry for ourselves. Our head was down, we were throwing stuff up there, and Southeastern's trying to win a game on the road, and they made tough plays. I mean, I can remember one with Webb. She took 2 dribbles hard to the rim and just laid up a basket, and then we come down and throw something at the basket. It was just a difference of mentality. I don't think it was we were cold and they were hot. I think it was the mindset of the players.
And Brittany Branham, Lexus Weber picking up a lot of fouls. 4 for Branham midway through the third quarter, 4 for Weber later in the third quarter. Webb a bigger player and opens up the middle too. It's not an excuse, but that certainly has to be part of the factor.
Yeah, I hate to say something like this, but I don't know what's wrong with Brittany Branham. Number 31 in officials, they make some calls. I can't even teach Brittany what to do different sometimes. So I think she got the raw end of the deal, honestly. I think she had 2 fouls that weren't fouls, and I put you at 2 pretty early. I thought Lex was out of position a couple times and lost 33, and that's why she ended up having to kind of foul or look like a foul because she wasn't in the correct position. So, we got a big post coming in on Saturday. We're going to mix things up, try and go with a different starting lineup, and probably start some people who haven't started this year. We're just at a point. Things have to change, and, we got to start competing.
Blue Jones in for her sister Pink Jones today. Any report still day-to-day or TBD for Pink?
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be, we're prepping to not have her on Saturday. That's how it is. I will say I thought Blue gave us every single thing she possibly could today. She's never played 31 minutes for us. I thought she played great. And, she had a scout error late in that fourth quarter. I know that. But other than that, I really thought that she stepped in and really tried to give us big minutes for, lacking of her sister. So we're going to have to prep again for ECU without Pink. And like we've told them since the injury happened at Southern Naz is you can have an excuse or you can have a reason. We have the excuse. We're playing without our leading scorer. Or you can say, okay, well, yeah, that happened, so here I go. And today we didn't say here I go.
And before we let you go, you've mentioned scouts and scout errors a couple of times. For those who aren't familiar with what a scout error is there any way to simply explain it? Is it just taking what you...
Clearly we're not simply explaining it because the scout... I think we're just going to say see you guys Saturday at 1 o'clock and let them see what happens because scouts aren't happening anymore. What we mean by that is just what we're trying to do to stop the other team's offense as far as, we weren't doubling off a certain player, and we did end up doubling off that player, and they got a kick-out 3. But we're going to mix it up. We've given up 80 points in our last 5 losses, so we're going to have to come out with a different defense as well on Saturday. And really, again, like I said, that's our job tonight, try and figure out what we can do different as coaches and put us in a situation to be a little bit more successful.
Joe Thomas, thank you for the time.
Thank you.
That's ladies head coach Joe Thomas. We'll be back with a look at the halftime stats coming up next. Welcome back to Arkadelphia. Taking a look at some of the halftime statistics. The Reddies with a giant run to tie the game at the end of the half. Now knotted up 38-38 with Southeastern Oklahoma State. Robbie, Aaron, and Grady Bean here with you. The Reddies seeing Southeastern Oklahoma State shoot 48.1%. Henderson State at just 35.3%. And really no explanation of why Henderson State able to, climb back aside from a couple of defensive stops. You look at the shot opportunities. Southeastern Oklahoma State 27 field goal attempts. Henderson State 34. The Reddies also have 5 more made free throws than Southeastern Oklahoma State. Henderson State being led by Kalon Tappan and DJ Franklin, who have 8 points apiece. Anton Cook has 15 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist as well. Henderson State just 3 of 14 from behind the arc. Southeastern Oklahoma State, phenomenal, 6 of 10 from downtown. And here in the second half, it's going to be interesting to see how Jimmy Elgas handles his rotation, because he had a majority of his guys in there at the end were not starters. Success from DJ Franklin, success from Mokhtar Dieng, success from Zydrunas Yergudis, and we'll see how he comes out. Usually the starters will get the at least first few minutes of the half, but how long will that last? How will they perform? Eric Daly, with only 9 minutes in that first half, really did not factor into much. He was 0 for 1 from the field, no rebounds, no assists, no points. So will Daly play more? We shall see. That's a big question. We'll come back. One final break here, and as we take a look at the Great American Conference scoreboard, we'll tell you about that right here on the SCM Architects Halftime Show. Serving Henderson State for nearly 20 years, SCM Architects is a proud sponsor of Reddies Athletics. SCM Architects has provided Henderson State with a new dining hall, recreation center, and dormitories all within the last 5 years. For more info, visit scmarchitects.com. We'll have the out-of-town scoreboard coming up next. Back here at the Duke Wells Center, take a look at the Great American Conference out-of-town scoreboard. As always, the Fat Boys halftime statistics and the out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Southwest Sporting Goods. Cody's good friend over there at Southwest Sporting Goods at 115 South 6th Street in Arkadelphia. Hurting all over Oklahoma Baptist, 45-22 at the half. It's Southern Arkansas 40 and Southwestern Oklahoma State 22. That game also at halftime. Also at the break, a good one, a very intriguing game with two teams that could potentially be dangerous, Arkansas Tech and Southern Naz, 40-39. Very intrigued to see how that game ends up. And a late start for Ouachita and East Central. It's just early in the first couple of minutes across the street. And University of Arkansas Monticello 46 and Northwestern Oklahoma State 30 at the half.
Now, Robbie, I want to ask you, so you're saying that's a late start because, Ouachita is always late reporting their scores. Now, I know they're always behind the rest of the world over there.
It could be just they don't pay for the quality of internet across the street.
Well, I'm not sure they have internet. I saw the Pony Express riders going through campus the other day, and they still do a lot of Morse code. But every time we sit down, it seems like they're behind on their scores. So, I don't know what that is.
It's Ouachita Baptist quality school reporting is what it is.
I better not say anything else.
The two teams tied at 38 here. Grady, being down 15 and a half and being tied at the break, you feel better coming out than the opponent, correct?
Well, absolutely. Anytime you're down that far and come back, and especially with the lineup that we had, and Coach is starting Z this half, so he evidently feels that he had a great deal to do with it. So.
I was actually just talking about that. I wonder what the starting lineup will do. So no Eric Daly, Zydrunas Yurgudis comes into the game. Daly, no points, no rebounds, no assists in the first half. Ball is in for Southeastern Oklahoma State, tied at 38 at a piece. Job on the left side wing to the top of the key. Cook an open three, and again Kevin Kozan left him wide open, and he hits it. Anton Cook with a game-high 18 points. Kozan tried to get out there, but just to no avail.
I'm speechless.
Yurgudis at the top of the key gets a screen from Nairn, passes to his right outside the arc for Morello. Morello to the top for Panaggio. Looking to his right, that's where we had Yurgudis. Instead penetrates to the bucket, shot blocked. Nairn will save it. 13 to shoot. Nairn over to the top. Yurgudis a three. No good front rim, and the rebound brought down by Lonzie. Lonzie, quick outlet to his left. Nathan Jackson, the senior from Wichita, will crisscross and hand it off for the point guard, Jet Job. You also can't afford to let the opposition go on a big run to start the half.
No, one thing that helps Z in this game is, the guy that he's guarding is not real athletic, and that's where Z usually gets hurt, so he can stay in this game a little bit longer.
Ball passed off the bottom of the backboard, and the shot from Tyler Lonzie is no good. The foul is going to be called
on was it
on 12. I thought it said 11. I was thinking there is no 11. So Anton Cook picks up the foul. This is third.
Yeah, and that would help. One thing we've got to do. Kevin Kozan's a senior, and you got to make Cook do something different than what he keeps doing. Not let him shoot in your face like he's done.
4 or 5 are downtown for Cook. Yurgudis at the top of the key. Henderson State down by 3, a minute and 15 seconds into the second half. Kozan straight on with a hand in his face. Passes to his right. Yurgudis another three. Oh. No good front rim. And it deflects out of bounds. It will be Henderson State basketball. Morello and a couple of blue jerseys were there. They're going to overrule it.
Now, Z-Man, last year he shot the three very well in his limited duty. When he's in here, he's got 2 wide open looks, and he needs to knock those down to make himself more valuable.
They do give the ball to Southeastern. I did see it go off of Morello's hands, so I think that's the right call. And the ball will be thrown out of bounds. Cook just couldn't handle the pass from Kevin Buckingham, the freshman from Keller, Texas. So it's 41-38, a little sloppiness to the start here of the second half, just like it was for the Reddies in the first half.
Absolutely. And give praise Kevin a little bit there. He was in the passing lane, caused that ball to be thrown a little wide.
Kevin's like that son that you have who you ride hard, but you love him to death.
Absolutely.
Kevin Kozan down to the right side wing, kicks it out straight on Yurgudis to Panaggio, shot fake, free throw line to Kozan, 3, knocks it down. Kevin Kozan extending the wrist that time is 41-41.
You notice it right away, Robbie. He gets that wrist down. He's a dangerous shooter.
17:57 to go here in the second half. Job to the right side wing. Cook with one jab step. Doesn't dribble.
Big mismatch right here.
Now goes all the way to the bucket. Easy layup. Nobody able to get down to the baseline to stop him.
Yeah, and Z got switched off on him, and that's Z's major weakness. He really struggles guarding any kind of athlete.
Yurgudis to Kozan. Another 3. Short off the front rim. It grazed it, and the rebound for Lonzie. Tyler Lonzie with 6 rebounds now. Quickly up the court for Job. Great court vision, but swings it around to Buckingham. Buckingham to the left. Passes to the corner. Anton Cook being guarded by Kozan. Kaylon Tappan starting the second half on the bench. Will soon enter the game. 9 seconds to shoot. Cook on the right side, wing through his legs to the bucket, loses possession, and the ball will be into the hands of Panaggio, but he loses it, and a blocking foul will be charged against Yurgudis. So with 2 seconds on the shot clock after it looked like Panaggio had a steal, He lost possession, and Cook comes away with it. The foul is on Jurgutis, and Cook has 2 free throws.
Yeah, and that was not a smart foul on Z's part. And a lot of times when you haven't been playing a lot of minutes, in their defense, you haven't been playing a lot of minutes, you're just out there trying to bust your butt and do something positive, and you don't really think about situations sometimes.
I take that back. They say it was on the floor, so Job will inbound under the basket, and a foul on Nairn. Brad Nairn had his hands on Tyler Lonzi, so 2 fouls for the Reddies in a span of 1 second. Second team foul here in the second half with 17:06 to go. Job slaps the basketball, gets it in for Lonzi on the left wing. He's an inside player, so he hands it off for Buckingham, who tries to get around a couple of players all the way to the hoop. A finger roll, no good, and Brad Nairn is able to corral the tip attempt. Henderson State down by 2. Kaylon Tappan came into the game, as did Kyle Murphy. Tappan a 3, a laser, and he knocks it down the dart.
Yeah, he's feeling a little bit better on his shot tonight, and you can just tell he's got a little more bounce in his step defensively also, because now Brad Nairn has to be careful. He's got 3 fouls, and you don't want to get a dumb foul here.
Leading the Reddies with 11 points, Kaylon Tappan, and he has a steal as he pokes it away, trying to get to the bucket himself. Has to beat Jackson, and he's fouled going up. So Nathan Jackson picks up the foul.
Now that's, if you're watching on the web, and if you can't, we'll describe it on red, that's what you want to see him do. He took it straight to the hole, elevated, and just laid it off at the
It was either going to be a layup or a foul, because with his height or with his ability to jump, they're not going to block it.
Absolutely, and instead of double clutching it and making a bad shot out of it, that's what you like to see.
Tappan misses the first free throw. Kaylon 11 points. 5 turnovers now for Jackson, 5 for Buckingham as well.
Yeah, let's go back to our keys of the game.
All right.
We said.
Let me guess, yours is good.
Yeah, we said that we have to create turnovers, and I think they're up to 15 now in the game. And we said we have to defend the 3. We're not doing that, so they're kind of equaling each other out. If we can defend the 3 a little bit better, we should be in good shape.
That's funny because mine was limit the runs. Well, we didn't, but then we countered it with a run of our own. So ball on the right side. Second free throw is no good as well. It's 45-43. Henderson State trailing by 2. Ball on the left side. Buckingham wide open for 3, and he doesn't miss those. He swishes it home. Kevin Buckingham approaching 100 3-point attempts this year.
Yeah, now DJ came back in the ball game, and he's young, and he can't leave that guy like that.
I misspoke. I had said that Henderson State was down by 2. They were up by 2.
Yeah.
So it's a 46-45 game right now. Southeastern on top. That is correct. And Henderson State has the basketball under the basket after a block. James Dahlman got his hands on the shot. Ball is in for Kaylon Tappan with 21 on the shot clock. Tappan, DJ Franklin, Kozan along 3. No good, front rim. Rebound brought down by Job, who quickly outlets it to Buckingham down to the left side. Cook, scoop pass to the free throw line. Great ball movement. Cook at the top of the key. Looking for Bobby Johnson to his right. Instead directs him to go down to the baseline, and Cook with 16 on the shot clock will run the show. Franklin stays with him. Cook does a nice job. Hands it off for Johnson at the free throw line. Looking for options. Has Buckingham. Strong pass to his right with 6 to shoot. Cook shoves off the defender, but a foul will be called on DJ Franklin with 5 to shoot.
Now you got DJ Franklin matched up on Cook, and that's a total mismatch, from experience and strength and everything else. So that's not we have to get that matchup changed.
15:29 to go in the second half. 46-45 Southeastern with the ball when we return after this. 46-45. Good one here as Henderson State and Southeastern Oklahoma State fighting for conference positioning. The Reddies tied for 6th. The Storm are tied for 9th. Robbie Aaron, Grady Bean here with you as the ball is in and stolen away by Kalon Tappan. Another clear path, and he throws it down. Kalon Tappan with another steal and another slam, and the Reddies are back up on top.
Yeah, you know, great defensive play. He kind of read the dribble and caught it right in between and took it from him.
Job being guarded by Kyle Murphy. Tappan fell down, which left Bobby Johnson wide open in the corner, and he hits a 2. Oh, they're going to call it a 3.
Yeah, you know, that
was a...
Kalon fell down, but you can't just blame him. That's team defense. Mokhtar should have been out there on top of that. He just kind of stood and watched the guy shoot it.
So they do call it a 3. It's 49-47. Kozan from just to the left of the apex of the arc. Ball on the right side for Franklin as the ball just taken out of his hands and into the hands of Jet Job. Job over to his left for Cook, through his legs, trying to get around Franklin, spins around him, and a foul will be called on Henderson State. You had Jang and Franklin both there. That is the 4th foul on the Reddies already in the first 5 minutes and 25 seconds in the half.
Now, DJ Franklin, you know, what he has to improve on defensively is he's got good size. You know, he's Division II guard, 6'5". He's got to learn to bend his legs and get down and move his feet.
Which is funny because Mokhtar Dieng, who's a lot taller than him, actually does that pretty well for a freshman, and he's got the size.
He does. You know, Mokhtar's got really good feet. And DJ, you know, you want him to be a good defender because he has the size and length to be one, but he's going to have to learn to get down and move those feet.
Eric Daly stretching down at the right side of the bench, so not sure if he's healthy or not. Starters in the game minus Zydrunas Jurgudis, who started the second half. Both free throws good. It's 51-47. Storm in the lead. Jurgudis brings it up, hands it off for Kozan.
Well, you know, he does look like he's trying to walk it off over there. I can't tell what it is.
And a steal, but a foul on Bobby Johnson, who had his hand reached and wrapped around Kalon Tappan. It's a 3rd foul on Johnson. He and Cook both have 3. 2 apiece for Roberts, Jackson, and Minovich.
You know, and that causes us matchup problems because Z can only guard a limited amount of people, and the longer you have to leave him in there, you struggle defensively. And
as Tappan has it on the right side wing.
Kyle.
To the top, Morello, wild shot fake all the way to the hoop. Crazy layup attempt, no good, and it goes out of bounds off of Morello's fingertips. Just not enough on the finger roll.
I don't know how he quite didn't finish that. I don't know if he lost it in his hand or what. He made it all the way to the hole and had a nice scoop shot, and it just seemed like it came off the side of his hand or something. He's looking at his hand, so.
Yeah, he's holding his right index finger.
Yeah, so I don't know if maybe he had hurt his hand a little bit or what.
51-47, Henderson State down by 4. Job being guarded by Jurgudis. You know Job wants to go right. Alley-oop attempt, and Buckingham there to lay it in off the glass. Pretty play.
Yeah, you got it. You know, that was Morello that time. You know, Panaggio got back screen and Ben didn't.
Over the left side, Jurgudis fakes the swing pass, trying to penetrate, kicks it out. Murphy. We have a lot of three-point shooters in the game right now.
We do, and you know, it's a very unusual lineup we've got right now. 3 guards.
Panaggio out to Murphy. Shot fake out to Morello. 3 to shoot. Puts it up. No good. Panaggio offensive board out to Murphy. Fires a 3. In and out and in. Nice. That's a big shot and a big offensive rebound for Matt Panaggio and Kyle Murphy with the tray.
Yeah.
53-50. 13-12 to go. This is a unique, quirky lineup. Tyler Lonzi and then another foul on Henderson State. It's either going to be Kozan or Morello. It will be Ben Morello picking up his 3rd.
Now what you saw that time, you know, this is that lineup where, you know, Ben's basically our big man and we're playing 3 little small guards, and Panaggio, you know, Lonzi, you know, don't fight Lonzi 16 feet from the hole for the basketball and create a foul. Let him catch it in front of him when he steps up far. He can't score out there. That's just not a intelligent move by Ben.
They're going to try to get the ball in. They do to Johnson out by the scorer's table, so he'll reset with a fresh shot clock. 13 minutes to go in the game. 3-point affair. Henderson State trailing 53-50. Johnson working on Murphy, trying to get around him. Almost falls down, and they're going to call a foul on the floor on Kyle Murphy. Or no, it's going to be Brad Nairn. That's his 4th. That is not a good foul for Brad Nairn.
Well, I didn't see that.
Me neither.
I thought it was on Z for reaching in, which I didn't think was a good call. I never saw Nairn even in the play, to be honest with you.
At first I thought it was going to be a travel. Because it looked like he got tripped up and then fell down.
These officials, they definitely seem to want to bail the offensive players out.
6-3 the foul totals here in the second half. Henderson State, one more will be in the penalty for the final more than 10 minutes of this game. Lonzy way outside. Hands it off for Job. Job looking to his left, gets it to Cook. 19 to shoot. Cook being guarded by Tappan. Good defense.
Yeah, great defense right there. Really moved his feet, didn't reach.
Panaggio with the defense, and now Cook had his foot on the baseline. He hit the three, but the shot is no good, and that's a break for Henderson State.
Absolutely. Tap got completely lost that time and let him have a wide open three. He just happened to step on the line.
53-50, Reddies with the ball. Kelly Green looks like he could be a FIFA soccer coach.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, I knew him when he was at Pan American years ago. He's a great coach. Does a good job.
Ball on the right side wing for Panaggio. Tappan reels it in with one hand, exploding towards the basket, goes up with it. Shot no good. Panaggio, another offensive rebound to Tappan. Corner three. Way too strong, but he was fouled, and he'll have three coming to him.
Yeah, bailed us out there.
Foul on Jackson, his third. Fourth team foul. Henderson State right now with Tappan, Murphy, Yergudis, Panaggio, and Yang. This is by far the most minutes Z has played in any conference game this year.
Absolutely, yeah. But like I said, it's, Southeast is a good matchup to play him because Job is not an athletic player and he really doesn't look to score. So Z, you kind of hide Z on defense against him a little bit. We got Kyle and him in there at the same time. That's a little bit difficult. Kyle's going to be a good player. I really like him. He has a point guard mentality. It'd be amazing if he was 6'2". But I'm sure he's been hearing that all of his life. He's not. If he was athletic and 6'2", though, he'd be playing at a higher level because he's got the intelligence and can shoot the basketball.
I see what you mean with Ouachita. It's still 4-2 over there.
It's just
the horse didn't come to town yet.
Absolutely. They're letting the horse have water, give him smokes before they put him on the.
Maybe a spearman if he's a good boy.
Yeah, the Morse code's broken down. They can't get it out right now.
Right now, Southeastern, Buckingham comes out of the game. Jackson and Cook are in. So is Job, Donlin, and Lonzy.
Well, I like us putting a little full court pressure. You can tell
they worked in the first half.
They're not expecting it. They were not ready for that.
53-53 to score. 12 minutes to go. Cook.
We got Cook on Kyle. Got Kyle Murphy on Cook, and
he's the catalyst.
Yeah, he's going to take advantage of that. They're going to clear for him.
Cook's like, what is this?
Yeah.
10 seconds to go. They got the double screen if they want, and neither of them sets the screen. Cook with the shot looked like he was fouled on the arm.
Sure was, yeah.
No call as Yergudis has the rebound. That was clearly a foul. Ball on the left side to Murphy. Baseline jumper. Puts it down, and Henderson State is back up top.
And that's what Kyle can do right there. He can shoot the basketball. And that's being a coach's son right there. He tipped Cook on the elbow, and the referees didn't catch it and completely threw off his shot.
55-53, 11:25 to go. Ball on the right side wing. Anton Cook being guarded by Yergudis. Double team now with Jeng there, and Mokhtar used his hands, and that will send Cook to the free throw line with 11:18 to go. Henderson State is in the penalty, and it will come after this media timeout. 55-53, Henderson State in the lead. 11:18 on the clock. We'll be back right after this. 55-53, 11:18 to go in the ballgame. Robbie Aaron Grady being here with you. It's an 8-0 Henderson State run. This game has been full of runs, and just from our injury report update, a great job by our stats runner. Do you know her name?
I do not.
She went over to the bench and asked Kendrick what was wrong with Eric Daly's a little back issue right now, so hopefully he is well soon.
Yeah, and that lower back is tough, and you can tell the way he's not sitting down at all, and it's not looking good for him to come back in the game.
And you have no control of whenever it loosens up.
No. And, great thing about that, you're right. Look how quick we got that info. We were at Washita. We'd been waiting till the end of the game to get that info from the other side of the court.
Maybe.
Yeah.
First free throw for Anton Cook is good. He's having an excellent game, 23 points. And Cook averaging over 21 points over his last 5 games.
Well, here's the thing that worries you about him. He's playing as good as anybody in the league. This game may come down the wire. We've got to find an answer for him, because he's going to try to produce late, not a pass.
Turnover from Kevin Kozan trying to hit Kyle Murphy in the full court pressure. So Henderson State with a rare turnover, only the 7th of the game to 17 turnovers for Southeastern. So 55-55 with 11:15 to go, and Cook will have the ball.
And they caught us off guard. We weren't expecting the press that time. You see Kyle Murphy telling his teammates, you got to come back to the basketball.
Lonzie misses the little turnaround bunny. Panaggio with the rebound. Now with 9 rebounds in the game to Kaylon Tappan. Cook is guarding Tappan. Now they switch off as Tappan fires a jumper, no good. And the rebound brought down by Lonzie. But I need to notice who Cook is guarding. You can take it after him, get him into foul trouble. He's got 3.
Absolutely, yeah.
Cook down to the baseline. May have switched his pivot foot. Picks up his dribble, hands it off Jackson, and he traveled. And as the man to my left saw it, so did Shea Hamilton, and he called it.
Now, that's the presence Mokhtar brings. He causes you to think about it twice when you get in there, because he's definitely has shot blocking ability.
The Storm have not missed a free throw today. They're also 9 of 13 from downtown at 69%.
Well, I agree with you. The coaches should recognize this, and you need to post up Cook or get somebody one-on-one and try to get him out of there.
Kevin Kozan down to the right side baseline under the basket, and he steps on the baseline. Kicked it out for Tappan, who hit the 3. So twice now we've seen threes made after a player steps out of bounds to no avail.
Yeah,
and we're still squared away at 55s apiece.
It's hard to understand. The player doesn't know where the baseline is. You shouldn't be doing that.
Jet Job over the right side wing. Bobby Johnson with his Odell Beckham Jr. hairstyle.
Absolutely.
Ball on the right side wing for Cook, being guarded by Kozan. Looking for Job. Good defense by Kozan this time. Swarming Cook with 8 to shoot. They set a screen for him. Double team him. Cook with hands, and that is a good call. I saw the hands right in the lap, and I had a feeling that Tommy Kraft was going to call it, and he did. So 1-1 now as Morello will sit down with his 4th foul. And Cook going to the line.
Now, Robbie, to describe what people's happening, we're double teaming that ball pick over there with Cook, but we're not double teaming it strong. We're double teaming our big guys, Morello, and then before that, Mokhtar got the same foul. You got to attack him hard, double him, don't let him out of it. Don't back up a foot off of him and let him split you and cause a foul. That's what we're not doing. And he's going to convert at the line.
Cook makes the free throws, and 72% free throw shooter this year. The team has not missed one today, including Cook, who's 7 for 7.
If you're going to double team that ball pick, you double team aggressively, make him throw it out of there.
Second free throw good as well. 57-55 midway through the second half. As Adrunas Yergudis with some full court pressure. Might have traveled, gets away with it. Kaylon Tappan down to the bucket, no good. Fight for the rebound. It went through 2 Henderson State players' hands, and a held ball as DJ Franklin with the aggressive play able to switch the possession arrow back to the white team.
Yeah, good call. I mean, he held it for 2 or 3 seconds. That's a good job by DJ, just hanging around the rebound and getting his hands on it.
Franklin, Tappan, Panaggio, Kozan, and Yergudis in the game right now as Murphy sits down.
Good job by Kyle Murphy.
Kyle Murphy giving some good minutes here tonight. He's played 13 of them, and the inbounds ball in and out, but back in on a second attempt as DJ Franklin gets his own rebound and ties the game at 57.
Well, we're seeing some positive things out of DJ offensively tonight.
DJ Franklin with really nice 10 points tonight. Ball on the right side wing. Cook, he's got 26. Floats one off the glass and puts it down. He's a natural scorer, and he doesn't miss those.
Now, we're just not defending him very well right now. I don't know what to say. You know, Kevin cannot jump the ball pick like that and allow him to shoot a layup.
Matt Panaggio, the jumper, it's no good. Kalen Tappan looked like he might have been able to go after that offensive board, but didn't. Down by 2, Henderson State. Cook down in the middle and a travel, not called by Lonzy.
Definite travel.
He missed the shot anyway, and Henderson State has the ball. The referee's quiet here lately. 59-57 in a timeout taken by Henderson State. Will it be a 30 or a full is the question. It's a 2-point game with 9:03. It's a 30, so we'll stay right here. But talking about Anton Cook, he's been so good. He is just a natural scorer, averaging over 21 points per game over his last 4. And playing in high school at Youngstown Academy, obviously playing in the state tournament. Occupational safety and health major.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is, but
I think it's when you have those big labor jobs. It's the occupational health and safety. You kind of train to keep the workplace as safe as possible. That's my interpretation of that.
Kind of like the guys trying to guard him now. It's been an occupational hazard. You know, the thing about him, he's a senior, number one. You know, he's confident. He's on a roll. You know, he's 6'2". He's got good size, so it makes, you know, people, small guards, have difficult time with him. And he's almost 200 pounds, so he can muscle his way in there and get shots also. He's got good elevation. You know, he's one of the better offensive players in the league right now, for sure. But, you know, I think that's the main reason the coach had the timeout. You know, we've got to find some way to defend him off that ball pick, and we're not doing a good job of it.
28 points on 8 of 12 shooting for Cook tonight.
Yeah, you know, in the progression of this team and this program that Coach Jimmy's trying to build, you know, DJ Franklin's a good example of that. You know, you hope a year or two down the road that DJ Franklin, when he gains strength and learns to move his feet, you know, he's the guy you can put on to shut down a Cook because he's got the size and length to do it. He's just not quite ready as a freshman.
Cook had 28 at Arkansas Tech, and that ties his season high.
Yeah.
Still with 9 minutes and 3 seconds to go. I'll tell you what, if he remains tied for his season high at the end of this game, Henderson State did something right over the last 9 minutes.
Hey, we're going to have to win this game. We can't let him score 5 or 6 more buckets.
Down by 2, the Reddies have the ball. Panaggio in the right side corner with 8:56 to go in the second half. Kozan swings it around left side. Franklin down to Jang.
Oh, man.
Pass picked off, and Kozan's going to be called for the foul. Cook back to the line for a 1-and-1. Now 9th foul in the half on Henderson State, and a terrible pass from Mokhtar Jang.
Yeah, there's one, you know, the cardinal rule, you don't feed the post from the top. You also don't pass out from the baseline back to the top, you know, and Mokhtar, they read that. He telegraphed that pass.
For all the people that you don't see, there's always someone thriving and feasting, licking their chops, waiting for that pass.
Especially a senior like Cook.
Cook makes the free throw. He's got a season high 29 points, 8 of 12 from the field, 4 of 5 from 3, 9 of 9 from the free throw line, 4 rebounds, 2 assists.
And, you know, to be the kind of team we want to be and be able to get through the playoffs, you have got to have one guy on your team that can shut down the best offensive player, and we have nobody in the ballpark right now. That's why guys that looks.
As he finally misses a free throw, Matt Panaggio kicked it out towards the right side. Kevin Kozan missed a 3. And falling down, the ball stolen away from Jang, who hands it off for DJ Franklin, able to get to the bucket and lays it in. 60-59, Henderson State down by 1. A quick note, Matt Panaggio now with 10 rebounds in the game.
Yeah, nice job by Mokhtar that time. Mokhtar's athletic.
Right place at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. There's those feet again. That's a foul. You know, that's just not good.
Henderson State right now clearly way too aggressive at mid-court. Even if he was able to get his hand on that ball, he's not going to get the steal. That's Adrunas Yurgutis just not playing smart basketball.
No, and you can't. That's right. And you said it. You cannot blame your coaching for that. Why is Z, who's got slow feet anyway, is he out trying to pressure a guy 50 feet from the hole? You know, that's on him right there.
Free throw for Jet Job is no good. He misses off the front rim. Is 78% free throw shooter. Bold move here by Jimmy Elgas, going to his 2 bigs in Morello and Nairn, both with 4 fouls. 8:19 to go.
But I can relate to Z because, you know, important as a player to know your limitations. I never knew my limitations. That's what the coach kept telling me. Coach, he said, Grady, know your limitations. I said, Coach, I don't have any limitations. That was a problem. I never did figure mine out.
I don't know what coaching you would have been like. 61-59 after the second made free throw. Henderson State trailing by 2. Panaggio to Nairn, swung around right side. Murphy being guarded by Cook. Nice. To the right hash for Tappan. Tappan pulls it back out. looking to shake and bake, tries to get down to the hole, does so, and puts it down. Nice shot by Brad Nairn to scoot out of there to clear the paint for him.
Absolutely. Instead of standing there and clogging it up. And it was good because Tappan missed him earlier in the possession for a layup.
Kalon with a game-high 19 points for Henderson State. Team high, I should say. 7:43 to go. We're all knotted up. 61-61. Anton Cook being guarded by Kalon Tappan. Eric Daly has the three fired up by Cook is good. He's unconscious right now. 32 points for Anton Cook.
I can't tell you how bad a defense that was. We just talked about the ball pick, and he comes off the ball pick, and Brad Nairn gives him 6 feet to jump up and shoot the basketball.
Eric Daly still standing behind the Henderson State bench. Tapping with a shot fake, looking for options. Gets Morello, who flashes out. Down low for Nairn. Faces the basket, pushes off, kicks it out. Over to Kyle Murphy with 8 to shoot. Looked like the ball might have been ricocheted as well. Tappin a long three. Puts it in. Comes straight on. Kalon Tappin ties the game at 64. This has been the Cook Tappin show.
Yeah, and he's really, it's good to see him get his confidence back. No, we have got to, we got Tappin on Cook now, which gives us better one-on-one matchup. But, we've got to defend the ball pick. So they're going to run the clock now and run it every time till we defend it.
Cook another three, and he hits from the left side wing. 35 points for Anton Cook. And why would you ever stop shooting if you aren't missing?
Well, I don't understand what Brad Nairn's doing. Coach is very upset.
And a foul on Johnson away from the basketball. 5th foul in the half. Henderson State down by 3. It's immediate timeout. Cook is 6 of 7 from downtown with 35 points. 6:28 to go in the game. Henderson State trailing 67-64 on the Reddies Radio Network. Back here at the Duke Wells Center, Rob Aaron and Grady Bean here with you with 6:28 to go in the ball game. 67-64. Southeastern Oklahoma State is in the lead. And Grady, if I told you that someone had 25 points in a game, that would be a good game, right?
Yeah.
Well, right now, Anton Cook has 25 more points than anyone else on his team.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you that this is a pet peeve of mine, Robbie. You see it on television all the time. You see coaches in a post game, and a game like this, and they'll say, "Boy, gosh, Anton Cook was just on fire." Well, no, Anton Cook's he's a good player, but we're allowing him to be on fire because we keep defending him terribly. We keep allowing him wide open threes. We're not defending the pick. As we said during timeout, what's the definition of insanity? Just keep doing making the same mistake over and over and over again. Someone has to step up and make him do something different in this last 6 minutes, or we're going to have a hard time winning this ball game.
67-64. Tappin and Cook are both unconscious right now as Kalon Tappin has the ball at the top, hands it off from Murphy to the right side of the arc. Back to Panaggio, swung around for Morello. 6:20 to go. Morello and Nairn both on the floor with 4 fouls. Morello takes the pass to his left, gives it back to his cousin Panaggio. Down to the bucket, down, and Nairn slams it down for 2. Good ball movement. Extra pass.
That's Panaggio's strength right there. Shot fake, get in the paint, find the open man. Great job against the zone.
67-66. I believe 35 points is the most anyone has scored against Henderson State this year.
I would imagine.
And a 5-second violation with excellent defense from Kalon Tappin. Sometimes you just hold the ball too long, and Kelly Green not looking too happy on the bench right now.
Well, first of all, I'm going to act ignorant, and we're probably going to get some call-ins on this. I didn't think we had a closely guarded call anymore in college basketball.
Well, remember I noticed that they were counting it off, so I knew they had to have it still.
So they must have reinstituted that, which is good.
5:49 to go in the game. Henderson State down by 1. Tappin to Murphy. Kyle back to Tappan. Fires a three.
No.
Short off the front rim. Panaggio the rebound and the putback. Henderson State's in the lead. Panaggio with his 11th rebound has 7 assists tonight as well.
Yeah, he's
and
had
an
a good
unbelievable game.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're staying in the zone like they are. You know, it's hard to block out in the zone.
Help defense. Cook kicks it out. Job wide open three. Puts it in. Jet Job with 5:21 to go in this second half. Makes it 70-68. Southeastern Oklahoma State, and a doozy we have going here. Timeout taken by the visitors. It's going to be a 30-second timeout, and we'll keep it right here. Tappan 22 points. Cook with 35, but you need to look at the big picture of what Matt Panaggio has done for this team tonight with 11 rebounds. I believe 5 or 6 of those are offensive rebounds. 7 assists. We haven't seen anyone on Henderson State with more than a few assists in quite some time.
We're almost near, that's one of the things we talked about learning as a team to play together, and we're almost bottom of the league in assist because we don't play together a lot, but he adds a little bit to that. That's what he brings to the game. Right now it's going to come down to being able to defend on this end. I mean, in that particular possession, we came over and helped good, but we didn't rotate. And you got to complete the defense. It's a team defense. Every pass you have to rotate and someone cover for someone else.
Well, I will tell you this. Matt Panaggio has tied a career high with 7. No player on this active roster right now has ever had more than 7 assists in a game. Ben Morello down to the baseline, puts it in from the right side, and he ties the game at 70 with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, they continue to stay in the zone, which is surprising to me. Maybe they're protecting a couple of guys.
70-70 is the score. Ball at the top. Buckingham a three, no good. Front rim, and good job by Brad Nairn to escape a defender, maybe some contact. Gets it to the right side corner for Ben Morello, who jumped up awkwardly, reels it in, and says, let's pump the brakes a little bit.
Well, here's the thing. Cook didn't shoot it. That's what we like to see.
And you could tell that was off before he
absolutely
got to the apex of the arc.
Kelly Green's over there. Excuse me, we need Cook shooting the basketball, not you.
He's got exactly half of our points tonight. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Morello gets down low, dumps it off. Nairn throws it down on the feed. The shot fake, dump pass from midair.
Now we need to D up here a little bit. Let's keep the ball. If Cook ever gives it up, don't let him have it back.
Henderson State 72, Southeastern Oklahoma State 70. Cook on the right side wing.
Now don't let him have it back.
Left side for Johnson into the paint. One-handed shot, no good. Rebound for Panaggio, his 12th. He's looking to push, takes it down the court himself. Johnson running side by side with him to Kaylon Tappan all the way to the bucket off the glass. Shot no good. Offensive rebound there, and he's foul going up. 2 free throws coming, and the Reddies are elevating their game right now on both sides of the basketball.
Absolutely. Great. Good drive by Tappan. I thought he was going to complete that play, and then Brad Nairn's always around the offensive glass.
That's going to be our final media timeout. 3:51 to go in this ball game. Henderson State with 2 free throws and a 2-point lead with 3:51 on the clock after this.
That's how you make up for that.
A lot of crooked numbers on this box score for both sides, which leads to a 72-70 game here. Robbie Aaron Grady being with you. Henderson State in the lead with 3:51 to go. The number that stands out to me is the offensive rebounds and the turnovers. The Reddies with 15 offensive rebounds to 6 for Southeastern Oklahoma State. The turnovers right now favoring Henderson State 21-9.
Well, like you said, it's a game of great disparities right there. And, we're shooting 40% for the game with 15 offensive rebounds, which means, that's saved us because that means we've been very ineffective, in our regular offense, but we've just been able to make up for it on the board. Brad Nairn, that's where Coach has improved this team this year. Brad Nairn and then our guy that's sitting out.
Chris Hawkins.
You know, those are two athletic types we didn't have last year, and obviously Southeast really doesn't have an answer for keeping Brad off the boards or Panaggio.
Speaking of Brad on the boards as he makes both free throws, a 4-point Henderson State lead. 3 more rebounds for a double-double.
Yeah. Now, right now is key because Southeast is not used to winning close games. So if you get a couple more stops, their confidence is going to go down considerably.
But they are used to losing close games, coming off of 2 heartbreaking losses, trying to avoid a 3rd straight.
Now, see, Tappan should not have let him have the ball back right there. He had a golden opportunity to keep the ball out of his hands.
Cook for 3, puts it in. Unbelievable.
You know, and you got to look at what happened. That is Kalen Tappan's fault right there. You know, he did good defense, made him give it up, and then just let him have it right back.
Anton Cook from just to the right side of the top with a 38-point night. It's 74-73 Henderson State as Kyle Murphy looking inside. Anton Cook out of his body right now as Morello fires a 3. He hits! Ben Morello from downtown with the counter. It's 77-73, 180 seconds remaining.
You know, the best way to keep a guy from scoring like him is not let him have the basketball.
Well, Cook has it, and he pushes off. No call. Turns around. They're going to call a block on Ben Morello. He's done for the game, and that is an extremely tough call on the far side. The referee was Shea Hamilton. That is very tough, and that's the night for Ben Morello.
Well, I don't understand what he... You know, Ben was on. If you're on the radio, you know, Ben fell down in front of him. He put up the shot, and I guess when Ben was getting up, you know, he was straddling him. Cook was straddling him, and when Ben tried to get up, then they called a foul on him.
That is a very, very tough call. If anything, I thought it was either offensive or it was going to be a travel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kevin Kozan will come back into the game as Jimmy Ilgus looks perturbed over on the far side.
Well,
he's not talking to the referee who made the call. He's talking to Tommy Kraft.
Yeah, the other referee's on the other side of the floor, but he, you know, obviously I don't understand that call. It almost looked like he thought he should have made a call earlier in the possession. He didn't, and he was going to make up for it.
Free throw for Cook is good. He's 1 point away from 40. 77-74, 2:51 to go. Reddies now with Panaggio, Kozan, Nairn, Tappan, and Murphy. Morello was such a key to that continuity that the offense saw.
Well, that's a big loss down the stretch here,
both offensively and defensively. Henderson State up by 2, I should say, with 2:45 to go. Kyle Murphy dribbles towards the right side arc. Down low for Nairn off the glass and in on a pretty feed from Matt Panaggio, who has his 8th assist of the night.
Yeah, and Bobby Johnson really went to sleep on defense for Southeast. Nairn cut from the offside, and he had his head turned.
2:30 to go. Ball down low. Blocked by Panaggio. Put back is good, however, by Buckingham. So back to a 2-point game with 2:20 to go.
Man, you know,
79-77.
Great defense by Panaggio, and you just had a couple of his teammates stand there watching and didn't block Buckingham out.
Ball on the right side for Panaggio. Top of the key, Kozan being guarded closely by Johnson. Kalon Tappan with 22 points has the ball. Thought about going to Murphy, instead exposed to the bucket, and they're going to say a foul on the floor, which will give Henderson State a 1-and-1, the 7th team foul. Kalon Tappan going to the line. It looks so strange seeing a 40 in the point column.
Yeah, well, you know, we've helped him. He's done a good job, and we've helped him some also.
Anton Cook, 15.7 points per game coming in. He's 11 of 16 from the field, 7 threes, 11 free throws.
You know, what you tend to do sometime as a player, you know, when you got a guy like, you're going against a guy like Cook.
As Tappan makes the first.
Is when he starts going one-on-one against one of your teammates, you tend to just stand there and watch, and then he puts up a bad shot, and your man goes and gets the offensive rebound. That's what happened last trip down. You've got to stay involved in what's going on away from the basketball.
2 minutes even remaining in the game. It's a 3-point affair, and the free throw for Tappan is good as well. So 24 total points now for Kalon. It's 81-77. Clock running under 2 minutes. The ball handler is Jet Job. They've kept Job. Actually, I say kept. He has 7 points, but he also has 7 assists in the game, and that's his forte.
Yeah, we got a big mismatch down here. Buckingham on Kyle Murphy.
They're going to try to get it to him as Cook sees that. Kozan guarding Cook. Looked like he might have carried.
Sure did. Yeah.
10 seconds to go on the shot clock. Cook to the bucket and a blocking foul on Kyle Murphy. It really looked like he carried the ball, but no call from the referee. They say the basket was good, so...
Yeah.
Anton Cook just doing everything tonight. 42 points with a chance for a 43rd, and to cut it to a 1-point game with 1 minute and 37 seconds to go. It looks like you're not going to stop Cook, which means you need to make baskets if you're on the offense.
Well, it appears that way. We keep talking about what we need to be doing. Obviously, we're not going to do it, so we're wearing ourselves out talking about it. Yeah, you're right. We're just going to have to try to outscore them, I guess.
81-80 with 1:32 to go. Kyle Murphy, who was charged with the foul, brings the ball up. Panaggio on the outside, tapping left baseline, Nairn down under the basket with Kozan in the right corner.
Now, this is a key right here. Is you don't want to get stagnant here and just milk the clock and then take a bad shot.
Kalon Tappan gets it at the free throw line, goes up, shot no good, gets his own rebound, and he's fouled. The shot won't fall, but Tapp goes back to the line for 2 free throws. Henderson State has won 12 straight games in which they've scored 80 points, and the score right now is 81-80 Henderson State.
The positive thing out of that is Tapp got in the paint, and that's what you want to do. Don't settle for a long jumper in that situation. Get in the paint, and something good will usually happen. He's so athletic. Watch his free throw.
Is it good?
He's so athletic. He didn't put up a really good shot that time. Went off the backboard, but he hit the floor and elevated before anybody else could and got the offensive rebound.
It's what Anton Cook is doing is making Kalon Tappan's game seem that much less significant as Tyler Lonzie's back into the game.
Now, see how relaxed Kevin Kozan is? This is not good. He needs to be intent and not let Cook have the basketball back.
Job has it on the left wing. It's a 3-point game. Under a minute to go. Cook for the tie. In and out. And he is human. And the ball goes out of bounds off of Southeastern. It's Henderson State basketball with 53 seconds to go. Now full court pressure here and a substitution. They'll bring James Donlin in for defensive purposes.
He didn't miss it by much.
That was halfway down.
It sure was. And it was deep, too. They're going to put the pressure on us here, and, we don't have great ball handlers in there outside of Kyle Murphy, so see how we can.
And a foul on the inbounds before the ball was even released from the hands of Matt Panaggio. It's going to go against Bobby Johnson. That's Johnson's 5th foul. He's done. And Kyle Murphy with 2 of the biggest free throws of his, or 1 maybe, and 2 of his biggest free throws of his college career. The freshman has a chance to make it a 2-possession game, and I can only imagine right now.
Well, he's a coach's son. He's used to this. I think he's okay.
Murphy 3 for 4 from the line this year.
You got to look at Southeast side. That's not a very smart play. We don't have a good ball handling team in there, and they bail us out of the press by fouling us on the inbounds. Coach Green's not happy about that.
A lot of chaos on the box right now as Mominovic comes into the game. It looked like John Donlin was trying to sprint off. They finally do switch as Lonzie comes back in for Donlin.
Bobby Johnson, the guy that did that's a freshman, so that's a typical freshman mistake right there. And I'm sure Coach is talking to him over there about that.
The red shirt doesn't mean anything?
Let's watch Kyle's motion.
Makes the free throw, and that's a huge free throw for Kyle Murphy, who makes it 84-80 with 52.6 seconds to go. Anton Cook still in the game, a factor of 43 points tonight, 7 made 3-pointers.
Kyle, he's from San Antonio, but he looks like an Indiana kid.
He does. Second made free throw as well. Second free throw is good. It's 85-80 Henderson State. Big defensive sequence here as Cook has it, pushes off, steps back outside the 3-point line.
Have it back.
For Buckingham, Kozan did all but that, and he was very close to contesting it. 3 for Cook from the right side is good. It's unbelievable. Anton Cook is having one of the best games I've ever witnessed in person. And Henderson State now with a 2-point lead and a timeout called with 34.3 seconds to go. He has 46 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists. He's shooting 13 of 19 from the field and 12 of 13 from the line.
Well, if you're watching, and you can see what's happening here. Once again, he comes off the ball pick. We're backing up 3 or 4 feet, and he's on fire out there. And when a guy's on fire, you got to get him out of his comfort zone, make him do something he's not used to doing. How many times has he beat us going to the basket tonight? Well, we don't know because we haven't made him do it. We just let him keep, and obviously, he's at a level tonight where you can't just keep letting him do that.
I know it was a rhetorical question, but that was going to be my answer in case you wanted to let me answer.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, they haven't. They've literally allowed him the perimeter, and he's taken full advantage. Anytime you have a player go 8 of 10 from downtown, something needs to change.
For coaches that are out there, when you defend the ball pick, there's something called, shoulder to shoulder. You know, when you come on top of that ball pick, you're supposed to get side by side with that guy that's setting the pick and not give any space for him to come off there. We're backing up 3 or 4 feet and allowing him to come around that corner, and then his eyes light up. You know, he's having a career night.
Ben Morello and Bobby Johnson have fouled out. Brad Nairn, Matt Panaggio, the bigs, Kyle Murphy, Kalon Tappan, and Kevin Kozan, the three across the middle right now with the full court pressure. It's a 2-point game. Matt Panaggio is going to be the inbounder. They get it in for Kalon Tappan, who's a very good free throw shooter, a triple team trap. Kozan up to Murphy, hands it off for Panaggio, and Panaggio is going to be tackled to the floor.
It should be intentional.
Come on, that's intentional, Robert.
We'll see what they call.
No, they're not going to call it, but
it's going to be it should be 2 shots now for Matt Panaggio. They call 1 and 1. And they do change it from 1 and 1 to 2 shots. So Panaggio going to the line. That is a 78% free throw shooter. 1 makes it a 3-point game. 2 makes it a 2-possession game with 26.3 seconds to go. Yeah. He got shoved into the home team bench.
Yeah. Pretty simple math here. You make your free throws.
He misses it. It's 2 free throws. It's 2 free throws. He misses the first.
Well, that eliminates the simple math. I start to say you make your free throws, and no matter what they do, they can't catch you. But now we've allowed them to get a chance to at least shoot for a tie here.
I wonder who's going to take that shot.
Well, yeah, and I really don't. I don't like to second guess the coaches, but I don't really understand why we're not picking him up full court and not letting him have the basketball. We've got to do something to keep it out of his hands.
85-83, 26 seconds to go. Second free throw for Panaggio. Good. 3-point game. Cook with the ball. Shot clock turned off. This is what we love about basketball. Yeah. Anton Cook on the right side wing will try to get the quick 2, but the ball's poked out of bounds. No, it wasn't. He just lost possession. Yeah. And Henderson State has the basketball as Cook, after 46 points, picks the last possession of the game for the turnover.
Yeah, and he's been looking a little fatigued, at the free throw line lately, and that may just been a little bit of it. He's had a long night.
So Panaggio gets it in, but the Henderson State Reddies turn the ball over. Miscommunication from Tappan and Murphy, and it goes right back to Southeastern Oklahoma State. Who wants to win this game?
Well, that was a bad mess. We just got players running everywhere instead of organized and what we're supposed to be doing.
Ball will be inbounded by Job. He gets it in, top of the key. Good 3-point shooter for Buckingham. Job gets it back, 14 to go, 3-point game, and a blocking foul on Kyle Murphy will send Jet Job to the line for 2 free throws, which might not be the worst thing in the world.
Absolutely not, yeah. And I actually thought he had position. That could have gone either way.
That takes the, whatever you want to call them, for the referee to call that offensive foul there if he did.
What's Joe's free throw percent? I'm sure
Jet Job is a 78% free throw shooter.
I'm sure he's pretty good.
Sophomore from Tuttle, Oklahoma. Job with 7 points, 7 assists, 1 for 2 from the line tonight. 86-83, he makes the first. Henderson State, I'm sure they'll work a little full court scheme here, and if you can't get the steal, then they'll have to foul the Reddies. Either way, with that made free throw, if he can make this one, Henderson State with 2 free throws cannot make it a 2-possession game. Ball is in for Tappan. Tappan in the corner to Panaggio, and Matt Panaggio is fouled with 9.7 seconds to go, and he'll go to the line looking to make it a 3-point game.
Yeah. We'll have to watch the film with Coach, see what happened on that press offense earlier. It looked like someone got confused about where they were going, and Matt threw it to a spot.
Virtually identical game up in Russellville, 85-84, Tech on top of Southern Naz. Other than that, really no close ones tonight.
Yeah, still 4-2 at Washita.
The horse is taking a nap.
What you got to look at here, Panaggio makes his free throws, and do you want to send him to the line, Robbie?
Well, that's out of the question now as Matt misses his free throw. Yeah, we'll see how the second one goes. I see what you're saying. If it's a 3-point game, give him the free throws again, but now that's out of the question.
Yeah, and you got to make free throws down the stretch. He's missed 2 of his last 3.
Panaggio's second free throw is good, so It's a 2-point game. A 3 wins the game for Southeastern Oklahoma State. Cook has the ball. Kozan on him. Outside the 3-point line, it's a timeout with 4.6 seconds to go. And Southeastern Oklahoma, who has played so many close games, who has lost so many gut-wrenching, heartbreaking ones, including a 77-75 two-overtime game versus UAM on Saturday and a 66-65 loss on Thursday. If you, Mr. Grady, were Kelly Green right now, do you say, we've had our luck with the 3, let's just end this game because we don't want to take our chances with overtime?
Absolutely. You know, it's the old adage. On the road, you go for the win. At home, you go for the tie because you got the advantage in overtime. But right now here, you run a double screen for Cook, and, you know, he's been riding him all night. Let's ride him on out of the building.
Can the Reddies get the stop? 4.6 seconds to go. 87-85. Henderson State coming into tonight's game at 7-6 on the season. Southeastern Oklahoma State at 4-9 have played so many close games this year.
Now here's what's interesting, Robbie. Cook's going to inbound the ball, so that means he's going to look to get it back. Once he gives it up, Kevin Kozan, stick to him. Do not let him have it back.
Ball is in. They get it to Cook for 3 from the corner. No good. Henderson State's going to win the basketball game. The putback was no good as well. Cook went off the back rim, and the Reddies are victorious 87-85 despite 46 points from Anton Cook. Where did your heart sink to?
Well, unbelievable. You know when he throws the ball, the play's for him still, and we still got sucked into it, and he was wide open in the corner, and he just didn't make it. The one he didn't make tonight is the biggest one. Great win.
And it's in your feel for a college student who has a game like Anton Cook had tonight, 46 points, 8 of 11 from 3, because after another gut-wrenching loss, you can't possibly enjoy your performance.
No, you can't, because they know they're playing well. They just can't quite get over the hump.
Henderson State making their rounds around right now, shaking hands with all the fans, saying thank you for coming. Some good minutes tonight from Kyle Murphy and Zadrunas Yergudis.
Hey, good job.
Henderson State victors 87-85. We'll take a quick break here, and we'll tell you all about it coming up after this. A ready win, and a good one at that. As we hope Eric Daly gets better. Kalon Tappan with a good game tonight as well. And Henderson State again improving to 8-5 in this conference slate as they make their rounds here. We'll step aside. Stat analysis coming up after this.